Chapter 2688. He has already fully recovered so quickly. Demon Eagle Race's great elder was shocked and said, "Impossible. Even if I take Emperor Tianqi's attack head-on, even if I don't die, I will need hundreds of years to recover. Even then, I will need to consume countless resources." How did he do that? He didn't dare to believe it. Yi Shiwen's recovery speed was just too shocking. Originally, he thought that Yi Shiwen had forcefully attacked, but it seemed like that wasn't the case at all. No matter how strong he is, I don't believe that he can fight against so many of us. That's right, in the end, he is just one person. Yi Shiwen's attack had already landed. The fist aura caused heaven and earth to shake. Demon descends. The great elder of the demonic hawk tribe opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of life essence, which then transformed into a shockingly powerful sword. It was as big as a mountain, so big that one could not even see its end. Next, it hacked down fiercely. Hanglong! The sword light and the fist force collided in the void, unleashing their strongest skills. The energy that was produced from the collision caused the void to tremble. Dang, dang, dang. Demon Eagle Race's great elder kept retreating, and every step he took fell into the void. He actually left many footprints in the picturesque void. Yi Shiwen chased after the Devil Eagle Great Elder, and was about to defeat him in one fell swoop. However, the Battle King suddenly drove the war chariot towards Yi Shiwen with a loud, rumbling sound. The Evil King and Gemini stars also rushed towards Yi Shiwen. In the distance, the Ice King had already knocked an ice arrow on his bowstring. He had already raised his power to the peak. The few kings saw Yi Shiwen as their target and didn't stop at all. Hanglong! All the attacks bombarded Yi Shiwen's body. The blazing rays of light that erupted covered everything in a flash. So, no one could see what had happened. Just when everyone thought that Yi Shiwen had been bombarded and was certainly going to die, they saw countless blazing rays of light being absorbed into his body in an instant. Then Demon Eagle Race's great elder instantly felt a terrifying aura shrouding his head. Yi Shiwen had actually turned into a bloodlight and was charging over. However, just when he was about to defend, he discovered that Yi Shiwen had already rushed in front of him without him noticing. Yi Shiwen's sword fiercely slashed down. Demon Eagle Race's great elder felt that the sharp sword was about to cut him in half. At this moment, he was anxious and his eyes were bloodshot. He didn't know why Yi Shiwen wanted to deal with him first. Could it be that Yi Shiwen had discovered his big brother's encirclement? Demon Eagle Race's great elder formed a demon seal with his hands and actually unfolded a picture scroll. It was a picture scroll of the demon domain. He actually simulated the entire demon domain with a demon domain seal. Moreover, this picture scroll also attracted the power of the entire demon domain to be projected on it. It was extremely powerful. This was also a very secretive and amazing secret technique of the demon path. But Yi Shiwen wasn't afraid at all. His Avicii sword directly evolved into a huge Avicii hell. This Avicii hell was huge and boundless. Countless evil spirits and resentful ghosts were roaring. Looking from afar, it was actually not any smaller than the demon domain. It was very terrifying and directly collided with each other. Hanglong! The two worlds crossed and collided. In an instant, the collision produced an eternal bright light. Puchi! Yi Shiwen's Avicii sword had cleaved the great elder devil eagle into two halves. It had broken all his defenses. Even if he had used a lost technique like the Devil World Seal, it was still nothing in front of Yi Shiwen. Demon Eagle Race's great elder's body was directly cut into half. He fled towards the distance. He wanted to recover and escape from Yi Shiwen's control. But how could Yi Shiwen give him this opportunity? He directly stepped forward and brandished the Avicii sword in his hand. It transformed into thousands of sword lights and instantly chopped him into meat paste. Even if there were countless sword lights chopping his flesh, there was still no way to directly behead Demon Eagle Race's great elder. The vitality of his body was too exuberant. There was no end to it. And at this moment, Tianyuan Mirror directly transformed into a bloodlight and swallowed him inside. Since there was no way to thoroughly kill him in a short time, then he would seal him inside Tianyuan Mirror and slowly deal with him. How is this possible? Even Demon Eagle Race's great elder has been sealed all of a sudden. Many people looked at this scene and couldn't believe it. This was simply a miracle. Otherwise, how could it be so amazing? The strength of Demon Eagle Race's great elder was obvious to all. He was in the late Divine King realm, and he was about to step into the legendary Divine King Peak. How could he be sealed so easily? Kill. Let's kill this guy and rescue Demon Eagle Race's great elder. War King roared. He drove the chariot towards Yi Shiwen. It wasn't because he had a good relationship with Demon Eagle Race's great elder. Instead, he was very clear that in this current situation, if he couldn't rescue Demon Eagle Race's great elder, then they were likely to be killed by Yi Shiwen in the end. Right now, they were in a situation where they were bound together for glory and disgrace. After fighting for so long, he naturally couldn't have the naive idea that he could easily take down Yi Shiwen. That's right. Demon Eagle Race's cultivation isn't weaker than ours. I don't believe that he can be digested and killed so quickly. An evil glow appeared on the evil King Gemini stars' faces. They charged out and instantly attacked the two stars together. The terrifying stars caused the heaven and earth to lose their color. It was as if all the light had been stolen. They took this chance to go all out to kill Yi Shiwen. Pum! There was a violent collision, and the attacks landed on Yi Shiwen's body. However, they only left a few scars on his body and couldn't hurt him at all. At this moment, they realized that the reason why the Divine King of the Tian clan was forced to such a state by Yi Shiwen was not because he was too incompetent. On the contrary, it was because Yi Shiwen was too strong. He was so strong that they were in despair. Previously, Emperor Tianqi's attack wasn't because Yi Shiwen was trash, but because Emperor Tianqi was unbelievably strong at that realm. That was why he was able to injure Yi Shiwen. Even so, Yi Shiwen wasn't someone they could humiliate. Impossible, I don't believe it. How can someone's physical body be so strong? War King said in disbelief, but Yi Shiwen wouldn't give them a chance to take a breather. While sealing Demon Eagle Race's elder, he targeted War King. He wanted to get rid of this troublesome fellow in one fell swoop. Yi Shiwen slashed down with his sword. The blood-colored sword light was like a river that led to an unknown fate. It shattered everything, and no one was a match for it. It landed viciously on War King. Yi Shiwen, don't be too arrogant. At this moment, War King hollered. The chariot rumbled and smashed over. Hum! The entire chariot was sliced into two by the Avicii sword. Ah, my chariot! War King spat out a mouthful of blood. The chariot was connected to his mind, and it was his life weapon. Now that it was heavily injured by Yi Shiwen, how could it not affect him at all? Impossible! My chariot is a top-quality god weapon. How can you destroy my War King chariot with one strike? What's impossible about it? You're ignorant. Yi Shiwen sneered. The Avicii sword in his hand didn't slow down. Could it be that what you're holding in your hand is... War King's expression froze before he finished speaking. A blood-colored mark appeared on his neck. Then his head flew off. Although his Divine King body was indestructible and had reached the realm of immortality, the Avicii sword was even more terrifying. War King's body retreated frantically. His head shouted in the distance, "Save me!" because he saw Yi Shiwen chasing after him. Yi Shiwen's speed was extremely fast. He tore the space apart, but there wasn't the slightest spatial fluctuation. Even these king-level powerhouses couldn't feel the slightest fluctuation. One could imagine how powerful he was. Swish! An astonishing arrow light swept through the void and shot directly toward Yi Shiwen. who had just appeared from the void. He had been waiting for a long time. It was Ice King who made his move. He had already displayed his strength to the extreme in this attack. He wanted to seriously injure Yi Shiwen with one strike. If this attack didn't hit, he would even doubt the Tao. He had been observing from the side for a long time. He had even calculated Yi Shiwen's trajectory. This wasn't something that could be done casually. Swish! The arrow blasted into the depths of the universe and exploded. It didn't know how many spaces and subspaces were shattered, revealing countless chaos. At this moment, he suddenly realized something. I didn't hit him. The Ice King was shocked, but he reacted immediately. He immediately turned pale with fright. As expected, Yi Shiwen had already appeared in front of him. He grabbed with his big hand and directly broke Ice King's ice domain, crushing it into ice fragments that filled the sky. At the same time, Yi Shiwen's claw had already grabbed into Ice King's body. Ice Monarch's powerful god monarch body was clawed open, leaving a huge hole in it. Ah! Ice King kept screaming. His entire heart had been grabbed by Yi Shiwen. Then, Yi Shiwen casually grabbed it and turned it into a sky full of blood rain. The golden blood rain scattered in all directions. Although divine kings were said to be indestructible and immortal, an important place like the heart was still severely injured in an instant. He immediately screamed and retreated, looking at Yi Shiwen in horror. Chapter 2689. With his heart crushed, Ice King was instantly weakened by more than half. This was one of the most important organs in his body. He screamed and his energy surged. His body was constantly being repaired. The evil King Gemini stars were dumbfounded and terrified. In just a short period of time, Yi Shiwen had already sealed one and severely injured two. Was there anything left to do? When they attacked previously, they didn't expect Yi Shiwen to be so strong. He could only understand how powerful Yi Shiwen was after experiencing it for himself. The death of the Tian clan god king wasn't unjust. It also showed how terrifying Emperor Tianqi was, who could injure Yi Shiwen with a casual attack. But at this moment, they had already offended Yi Shiwen to such an extent. Even Yi Shiwen had shouted that none of them should think about going out of tune. They had no choice but to bite the bullet. More importantly, they had to buy time for the others. Otherwise, if the other two died, it would definitely be their turn next. Boom! There was a huge explosion. The two of them joined hands and blasted out a sky full of stars. It fell directly towards Yi Shiwen. However, the two of them had just launched their attacks when they saw that their attacks had already fallen into thin air. Yi Shiwen's space was like a huge pool. All the attacks fell into it and were absorbed. Not even the slightest ripple could be seen. How is this possible? No matter where he hides in, our attacks will blast him out. There can't be an exception. The evil King Gemini stars said in disbelief. Originally, they still had some confidence. One must know that although the others weren't a match for him, it didn't mean that they weren't a match. When the two of them joined hands, it wasn't as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. In fact, it was even more than double. Their attacks were like waves that fell directly, not giving Yi Shiwen a chance to breathe. However, a horrifying scene happened. They saw that no matter how fierce their attacks were, they couldn't shake the space around Yi Shiwen. The space around him was like a huge monster's mouth, and it directly swallowed all the attacks. Impossible! How can he comprehend space law to such a level? At this moment, with their experience, they immediately understood that it wasn't that the space around Yi Shiwen was too special. It was because Yi Shiwen's comprehension of space law had reached an unprecedented level. He could even swallow their attacks at will. This made them feel a little desperate. Let's not talk about whether or not they could break the space around Yi Shiwen. Even if they did, it would be difficult to injure his body that was comparable to a top-grade divine tool. However, it was too late for them to regret. Yi Shiwen's attack had already arrived. He teleported and arrived in front of them. He spread out his hands, and between the gaps of his fingers, endless space power rushed out and instantly bombarded their bodies. They saw that the space they were in was collapsing inch by inch. This was something they had never imagined before. Although experts of their level could easily destroy space when they fought, they couldn't destroy the space they were standing in because their own magical powers could freeze the space around them. Even people who were good at space law would find it difficult to injure them with this seemingly simple but powerful method. However, Yi Shiwen had done it now. The place where the two of them were standing had completely collapsed. Along with the collapse, their bodies had also collapsed. It was as if the whole picture had been torn apart. It looked exceptionally terrifying. Ah! Ah! The evil king Gemini stars shrieked in agony. Blood and flesh burst open in an instant, splattering everywhere. It looked as if their bodies had been sealed in different spaces. Huff, huff! The evil king Gemini stars struggled to separate their bodies from the shattered space. Then they reassembled in the main space. They still looked at Yi Shiwen with a look of complete disbelief. They had cultivated to this level, so they more or less had some spatial abilities. They had also seen a lot of spatial law moves, such as space crack slash. However, they had never seen such a terrifying guy like Yi Shiwen who could use the spatial law to this extent. There was a look of fear in their eyes. It seemed that Yi Shiwen might really kill them. At this time, the experts of various races who were watching this battle in the Allied forces were completely dumbfounded. The great elder of the Devil Eagle tribe and the others had joined hands to attack Yi Shiwen in the beginning. It was already beyond everyone's imagination. The outcome later was even more inconceivable to them. In the end, it wasn't the few great kings who had the upper hand. Instead, it was Yi Shiwen who was invincible and invincible. One of them had been sealed in a short period of time, and the other had been severely injured in an instant. The Battle King spouted a mouthful of blood, and it transformed into the purest essence energy. It was the life essence energy of his life. He knew that this was the most critical moment. Let alone killing Yi Shiwen, he wouldn't be able to protect his own life if he couldn't completely repel Yi Shiwen. So, he didn't dare to show any mercy. His war chariot condensed again. However, it wasn't the original war chariot this time. Instead, it was a combination of the war chariot's wreckage and his life essence. It wasn't the original war chariot. However, its power would increase by a notch because of the life essence. The war chariot rumbled. The entire universe trembled and collapsed under this torrent. On the other side, the Ice King also realized that this might be his last chance. A long arrow condensed directly and shot out fiercely. Whoosh! Wherever the long arrow passed, the entire universe turned into a scene of ice and snow. This was his ice-snow divine kingdom. It attached itself to the long arrow and blasted out completely. In an instant, the entire world condensed into one. All kinds of earth-shattering attacks were launched. The universe's galaxy exploded inexplicably under the traction of a powerful force. Yi Shiwen didn't move in the slightest in the face of such an attack. He just spread out his hands. Behind him, the space wings instantly unfolded. The almost invisible space wings wrapped around him completely. Rumble! Just like when the evil king Gemini stars attacked just now, all the attacks were completely absorbed by Yi Shiwen's space wings. The powerful force set off bursts of spatial fluctuations on the surface of the space wings. It's my turn to counterattack. At this time, Yi Shiwen shouted loudly. The wings on his back constantly flapped. One after another, space cracks spread out with his space wings as the center. They directly tore towards the four people. With experience and lesson just now, how could anyone dare to underestimate Yi Shiwen's space attack? It was a terrifying secret technique that had instantly injured the evil king, Gemini stars. Bang! The war king spat out a mouthful of blood. The entire war chariot was once again torn in half by the expanding spatial crack. The expanding spatial crack directly bombarded the war king's body. An attack that tore the sky into darkness caused the world to turn black. The entire world was covered in black light. The War King screamed. The fear on his face grew. He really didn't know that Yi Shiwen would be so difficult to deal with. Then, Yi Shiwen bombarded with his sword. The blood-red sword light transformed into a river of swords and directly chopped down on the War King's body. The War King's entire body exploded like a mass of blood mist. Then it turned into a massive torrent and was absorbed by the Tianyuan mirror. Then it was sealed. The others didn't fare much better. The first one to be hit was the Ice King. He had already consumed more than half of his cultivation. This time he couldn't dodge. His body was torn apart on the spot. He was torn into two halves. He screamed and tried to reassemble his body. However, Yi Shiwen didn't give him the opportunity. The Tianyuan mirror also sent a blood-red light to seal the Tianyuan mirror. The evil King Gemini's star situation was slightly better. That was because the two of them had joined hands. They blasted out a big star in an attempt to resist the space cracks. However, it was useless. The big star was torn into countless fragments. Then, the fragments were absorbed by the Tianyuan mirror. At this time, Yi Shiwen slowly stopped. He withdrew the magic power of his whole body. The surrounding space slowly began to heal. Yi Shiwen, who was floating in the void, felt like an invincible king. No one dared to attack him. So strong. Is this the power of the Space King? At this time, the Flame Lord was shocked. He thought of the legends. There were some kings who were far superior to other ordinary kings. Among them, the Space King and the Time King were the most powerful. The Time King was generally born with a special ability of time. There might not be such a person in millions of years. However, once they were conferred the title of king, they were almost invincible. The attacks of the same level couldn't do anything to the Time King, unless they could be killed in an instant. Otherwise, they could reverse time to the time when they weren't injured. This was the most terrifying thing about them. They were also the kind of king that no one wanted to face. On the other hand, the Space King had both offense and defense. Unless one could break through his space defense in an instant, it would be difficult to injure his body. However, the Flame Lord originally thought that this kind of king was just a legend. After all, these kings had more or less mastered some power of space and time. Even if they were to face the Space King and the Time King, they wouldn't be so powerless. They should be able to fight back. Now it seemed that he was too naive. The strength of the Space King was far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Moreover, as far as he knew, Yi Shiwen wasn't originally a Space King. However, he already had such powerful strength. If he really was a Space King, then what? What the hell happened? A loud shout came from the universe. Chapter 2690. Before the crowd could react, they saw a figure descend from the sky. It was a man dressed in purple. He had a handsome face, and there seemed to be a sun on his forehead, exuding an endless majesty. King Lai. Yi Shiwen knew who was coming back, even without the other's reminder. King Lai was one of the 10 great kings and stood at the peak of all the king-ranked realm martial artists. It was unknown if there were any hidden martial artists, but among all the king-ranked martial artists that everyone knew of, no one dared to say that they could defeat King Lai for sure. Yi Shiwen's whole body suddenly tensed up. This was a warning sign. Without any warning, he had a feeling of extreme danger. There was a murderous intention. Even if this murderous intention was not directed at him, it still made him feel as if all the hair on his body was standing on end. This was unprecedented. Even when he was defeated by Devil Eagle King, he had not felt such a sense of danger. Unless he could completely refine the Nirvana Fairy Elixir, he might not be a match for him. Yi Shiwen suddenly understood. If Devil Eagle King was a simple peak god king, then King Lai was an invincible master among the peak god kings. Just like the many evildoers he had killed before, he was a master among masters. King Lai saw Yi Shiwen at a glance. Because Yi Shiwen had just finished the battle, his aura had not been completely restrained. With King Lai's calculation ability, he immediately figured out what was going on. 5 kings besieged Yi Shiwen, but Yi Shiwen killed them and sent them to heaven. This was not difficult to guess. Before he set off, he had seen Yi Shiwen's portrait. It was not difficult for him to recognize Yi Shiwen. This time, they could find the nest of Tianqi dynasty thanks to Yi Shiwen's information. Otherwise, it would be difficult for them to find the whereabouts of Tianqi dynasty even after 1,000 years. The reason why these people wanted to deal with Yi Shiwen could be roughly guessed. Yi Shiwen had caused an uproar in the past. He had caught almost all the monstrous geniuses in one fell swoop. Some of those monstrous geniuses were recognized as the ones who could grow up to become top king-level experts. However, those people had died in Yi Shiwen's hands. It could be said to be earth-shattering. Even King Lai had heard about it, but he didn't have any opinion about it. In fact, he was even a bit disgusted by it. Those people had gone crazy in order to achieve the Great Tao. If they hadn't been controlled by their desire to stop Jiren Wang and Yi Shiwen, then there wouldn't have been a lot of trouble now. It might even alarm the entire cosmos. If something went wrong, a celestial race great emperor would be born. For many other races, this would undoubtedly be a type of disaster. Therefore, he had a good impression of Yi Shiwen. However, he had never imagined that Yi Shiwen's strength had already reached this level. How much time had passed? He still had an impression of the Lord of Flames. Back then, the Lord of Flames had also shaken the world. However, until now, he was only one step into the mid-stage king-ranked realm. Based on the accumulation of the Lord of Flames back then, it would be the limit for him to reach the late-stage king-ranked realm in one go. However, even this one go would be measured in units of thousands of years. This was the normal situation. For Yi Shiwen to have cultivated to this level in just a few hundred years was simply unimaginable. It was definitely impossible to cultivate normally. Therefore, there was only one possibility. He had some kind of miraculous encounter. However, what kind of miraculous encounter could allow him to break through to this level in succession? Luck was not something that could be explained by ordinary good luck. Killing 5 late-stage godly king experts in one go. Even a peak-stage godly king expert might not be able to do that. However, Yi Shiwen had done it. He must have had some kind of extraordinary experience. However, no matter what, this mess still had to be solved. If he had died in the hands of his opponents, it would have been fine. However, he had died in the hands of his own people. Very soon, one of his confidants came forward and told him everything that had happened. Everything was similar to what he had guessed at first. Immediately, he was extremely frustrated. He had encountered such a troublesome matter. If Yi Shiwen was really a spy from the heavenly races, based on his temper, he would have killed him quickly. However, Yi Shiwen was obviously not a spy. On the contrary, he had leaked information to the heavenly races, giving them a chance to destroy the Tianqi dynasty in one go. Yi Shiwen, although the other kings besieged you, it's an ironclad fact that you've killed the kings of our allied forces. I can't make a decision on this matter. So, I've captured you and brought you back to the council to discuss this matter. King Lai Ri's hand reached out and actually turned into a heaven and earth cage that could trap everything within. At this level of cultivation, one's words were really the law. One sentence could change the entire world. Yi Shiwen's heart moved. He had wanted to attack it first. He would never entrust his own safety to an outsider, especially someone who was so dangerous, someone who could even put him to death. Although King Lai Ri was very strong, if he tried his best, he could still escape. But then he received a message from the Flame Lord. King Lai Ri is an upright man. Junior brother, you can go with him. I will immediately go back and ask the other kings to run for you. Yi Shiwen was slightly stunned. He did not resist and was directly imprisoned by King Lai Ri in a different space. However, Yi Shiwen had a backup plan. Although King Lai's imprisonment was very powerful if he used the Avicii sword, he would be able to break it completely and escape. You brat! Those people are unlucky to have provoked you, King Lai Ri said with a smile. In the blink of an eye, the two had disappeared in the torrent of space. King Lai Ri was very powerful. Even if Yi Shiwen used his full strength and space wings, he would not be much faster than King Lai Ri. Of course, this was based on the current speed of King Lai Ri. If he desperately burned his life force, he might still be able to catch up with Yi Shiwen. After all, Yi Shiwen was just an early-stage king of titled king, while King Lai was at the peak of divine king. There was almost an entire realm difference between them. King Lai Ri did not say a word or keep a straight face as Yi Shiwen had expected. On the contrary, there was a smile on his face. I'm just trying to protect myself, Yi Shiwen replied in a simple manner. Well said. That's it. I will speak for you. Those guys are getting more and more outrageous. They have completely forgotten the horror of the last time the heavenly race came. King Lai Ri narrowed his eyes and said, You have killed a lot of people on the Kurfürst Road. But in my opinion, it doesn't matter if you kill them all. Those people have been blinded by their desires and are not strong enough. They deserve to die. It is not a big deal. It is just that some people have gone crazy. At this time, they are still besieging our general. They really have no idea of death, King Lai Ri said coldly. Yi Shiwen was even more surprised that King Lai's attitude seemed to be on his side. Isn't it strange? King Lai asked. Yes, Yi Shiwen nodded. There is nothing strange about it. When the heavenly race is about to overturn the world, nothing is more important than this. King Lai Ri said, But now you must be locked up to give everyone an explanation. Just now, I thought you would resist with your unyielding character. In his opinion, Yi Shiwen's character couldn't be described with the word staunch. In fact, it could be described as violent. Yi Shiwen had killed all of his opponents because they had besieged him. Even someone like him was a little frightened by such means. Yi Shiwen smiled. Originally, he was going to resist. But even if he could not trust anyone, he trusted the Flame Lord. King Lai, there are a few things that I don't understand about cultivation. I wonder if you can explain them to me? Yi Shiwen asked. You are really in a leisurely mood. Even at this time, you still have the mood to ask me about cultivation. King Lai Ri did not know whether to laugh or cry. Yi Shiwen was much more carefree than he had imagined. Yi Shiwen did not forget to cultivate at this time. The more critical the situation is, the more I can't be anxious, because once I am anxious, I may make a wrong judgment. Besides, it doesn't matter what I say now. I might as well take this opportunity to ask a few more questions, Yi Shiwen said with a smile, not taking it seriously at all. Never slacking off in cultivation, perhaps this was the reason why he could be so brave and diligent all the way. King Lai Ri thought, Then go ahead. As long as I know, I will tell you everything. At this time, King Lai Ri regarded Yi Shiwen as a junior. Although they were both king-level experts, theoretically speaking, they should be on equal footing. However, Yi Shiwen was still too young. He was not even a fraction of King Lai Ri's cultivation age. No matter how he looked at it, he could only be a junior. Yi Shiwen was overjoyed to see this opportunity, and immediately asked a few questions about his cultivation. These questions could be deduced by the mysterious space, but it would take a lot of energy and resources. If someone could answer them for him, he could save a lot of time and energy. These questions are all questions of a peak stage God King. Are they beyond your ability? King Lai Ri was a little surprised because Yi Shiwen's questions were completely beyond his imagination. Normally, Yi Shiwen was only in the early stage God King realm, and the questions he asked were at most in the middle stage God King realm. Why did he suddenly ask about peak stage God King realm? Moreover, he did not ask them casually. Every question was to the point, as if he had really encountered these questions during cultivation and not casually asked. However, He soon realized that perhaps he should not use the standard of ordinary people to measure him. Could an ordinary early-stage God-King realm cultivator kill 5 guys in the late-stage God-King realm who were considered experts? I did, so I just asked. I didn't think so much. Yi Shiwen said with a smile. King Lai Ri was a little puzzled, but he still answered Yi Shiwen one by one. Chapter 2691. The two of them were constantly shuttling back and forth in the space. It was not like the relationship between a prisoner and a jailer, but more like the two of them were discussing the Tao. Although most of the time, it was King Lai who answered Yi Shiwen's questions about cultivation. But occasionally Yi Shiwen would say something amazing, which even amazed King Lai and gave him a feeling of enlightenment. Originally, this was absolutely impossible, but with the help of the mysterious space, it couldn't be measured by the ordinary cultivation progress and the depth of comprehension. In many areas, his comprehension was even better than that of King Lai, but on the whole, he was far behind King Lai, that's all. King Lai had some gains, but Yi Shiwen had reaped huge benefits. After all, it was not easy to have such a top king to dispel his doubts. Even in the Hidden Valley, there was no such king to dispel his doubts. It could even be said that no one in the entire Hidden Valley could teach him after he had cultivated to this level. He needed to explore every step of his cultivation by himself. He needed to explore the path of cultivation by himself. Without the help of the mysterious space, it might take him tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years, to explore this path. Now, not only did he have the mysterious space, but he also had the personal guidance of King Lai Ri. Although everyone's path was completely different, but, as the saying goes, the stones of another mountain can be used to improve the jade. Originally, even if he swallowed the elixir of the same level, he would not be able to break through immediately because his comprehension could not keep up. Recently, he had been improving too fast, but now it was different. He could immediately start preparing for the breakthrough. King Lai was extremely fast. Even though he had slowed down, he still returned to the headquarters of the Allied forces after more than a month. At this time, the situation on the battlefield had been completely transmitted back. It was really like a stone that set off 1,000 ripples. 5 King Realm Masters in the late stage had died. If they had died in the hands of the Masters of the Heaven Race, it would not have been a big deal. But they had died in the hands of Yi Shiwen. How could everyone not be shocked? Even if the Allied forces gathered most of the Masters from all over the heavens, they would not be as easy to find as cabbages. The death of any one of them would cause an uproar, not to mention the death of 5 Masters at the same time. Therefore, even before Yi Shiwen and King Lai returned, they had already set off an uproar among the Allied forces, like a huge storm sweeping in all directions. Someone immediately suggested to kill Yi Shiwen as a warning to others. There were also people who suggested to suppress Yi Shiwen forever to prevent him from doing evil. No matter what, the matter of him killing 5 late-stage god kings of the Allied army was too shocking. Coupled with the fact that he'd killed so many monstrous geniuses before this, it was simply unforgivable. Such a person should be completely annihilated. However, at the same time, there were still many people who stood on Yi Shiwen's side. They believed that if those 5 people hadn't besieged Yi Shiwen, they wouldn't have been killed by Yi Shiwen in the end. They were the ones who didn't care about the overall situation. They couldn't push all the blame on Yi Shiwen just because they were dead. Not to mention, Yi Shiwen's contribution in finding the lair of the Tianqi dynasty this time was indispensable. He'd even killed a late-stage god king of the Tian clan in front of everyone's eyes. These were all great contributions and should be rewarded. Therefore, the senior officials of the Allied forces had completely fallen into a mess, especially those who had real interests. It was said that they'd already slammed the table. And this news quickly spread to the lower levels, and it also set off endless debates. For a time, the matter of how to deal with Yi Shiwen had already become a legend all over the world. At the same time, there was another evaluation of Yi Shiwen. He was extremely bold and not just ordinarily bold. He'd killed 5 kings at the same time in front of everyone. Daring couldn't even begin to describe him. He was simply lawless. There were no laws or rules at all. Whoever provoked him would really die. In particular, the death of the great elder Moing, the war king, and the others made many people feel sympathetic, because there were more than a few people who wanted to kill Yi Shiwen. Along the way, he could be said to have killed countless people. Along the way, there was a reign of terror. No one knew how many strong enemies he'd killed, and no one knew how many people he'd offended. Even if he hadn't offended them, he'd suddenly risen like a comet, causing many people to be envious, jealous, and hateful. No one knew how many people didn't like him. For a time, there were all kinds of shouting and killing sounds. However, regarding such matters, the senior officials of the Allied forces hadn't completely reached a consensus. In particular, the martial sect was trying to protect Yi Shiwen. This time, unexpectedly, the ancient Phoenix realm was also trying to protect this son-in-law that they weren't willing to acknowledge. Perhaps it was because they'd discovered Yi Shiwen's extraordinary potential, and now was the time to rope him in. There were only a few Emperor realm inheritances in total. Now that the martial sect and the ancient Phoenix realm were trying to protect Yi Shiwen, the attitude of the upper echelons was even more chaotic. Even a few neutral forces were leaning towards protecting Yi Shiwen, especially under the current general trend. Nothing was more important than unity. Offending Yi Shiwen for the sake of 5 dead people was an inappropriate thing in itself. Not to mention that those 5 people were in the wrong. Those 5 people wanted to kill Yi Shiwen. If they didn't pursue this matter because they were dead, then this kind of behavior was likely to cause many people to imitate it in the future. Wouldn't that be terrible? Would the order of the Allied forces still be maintained? If they wanted to prevent this kind of thing from happening again, then they couldn't just send out Yi Shiwen. Instead, they had to attack the great elder Moing and the others. That was the key. In addition, the talent that Yi Shiwen had displayed was eye-catching. If it was in normal times, many people might want to kill Yi Shiwen. However, now that they were likely to face a war with the heavenly race, wouldn't it be better to have more such geniuses? In particular, King Lai directly slammed the table and defined those people as deserving of death. King Lai, one of the 10 great kings, had personally spoken, so the weight was definitely not ordinary. However, there were also many people who wanted to kill Yi Shiwen. Moreover, each of them was in a high position and was very difficult to deal with. For a moment, the whole scene was stiff. But soon, the news about the battle of the entire Tianqi dynasty also spread throughout the heavens. The morale of the Allied forces was greatly boosted. The heavenly race was not omnipotent. They could still solve it, couldn't they? At this time, while all parties were arguing about Yi Shiwen himself began to cultivate. As soon as he was taken to the headquarters of the Allied forces, he was locked in the divine prison. This divine prison had been established a long time ago. The people imprisoned were some spies, traitors, and captured heavenly race masters. Even gods would be greatly suppressed here and couldn't exert their strength. And it was in such a place that Yi Shiwen began his closed-door cultivation. He had heard a little about the debate in the outside world. When the Lord of Flame came to visit him, he had told him a little. Although he didn't say anything in detail, it was enough for him to understand. However, Yi Shiwen didn't take it to heart. No matter what, it was still because his strength was not strong enough. If he could be compared with King Lai, it wouldn't matter even if he killed a few great kings. Let alone being in the right, even if he was not in the right, he would still be in the right, unless someone wanted to force him out. Therefore, he was now focused on improving his strength. When he improved further and was comparable to the peak of the God King, who would dare to put the blame on him? Wouldn't that be courting death? Originally, he wasn't completely confident that he could break through to the mid-stage of the king-ranked realm in one go. However, with King Lai's help, the most critical problems had been solved. All he needed to do now was to break through in one go. Although the environment of the divine penitentiary was a little bad and there wasn't much spiritual energy, In order to isolate the prisoners, they were only in an independent space. But for the current Yi Shiwen, it was not a problem at all. He had dozens of dragon veins sent by the Lord of Flame. He could totally cultivate, together with the Nirvana Immortal Elixir. He didn't have to worry at all. After setting up the barrier, Tianyuan Mirror, and the 10,000 Dharma, Roulette flew out and surrounded him to prevent him from being disturbed. Then, Yi Shiwen began to cultivate for real. He swallowed the Nirvana Immortal Elixir. Although it was only a broken Nirvana Immortal Elixir, when the efficacy of the Nirvana Immortal Elixir completely expanded in Yi Shiwen's body, he instantly felt like he was going to explode. Boom! He operated the observing person scripture. His internal universe was like a giant beast opening its bloody mouth and constantly swallowing the Nirvana power of the Nirvana Immortal Elixir. Yi Shiwen couldn't suppress the huge amount of spiritual power in his body. It constantly turned into spiritual power to strengthen his martial arts. Yi Shiwen's face revealed a somewhat painful expression. He continuously digested the Nirvana power, operated the Nirvana power, and began to break through. Time passed, minute by minute. Even Yi Shiwen himself didn't know how much time had passed. Cultivating in the mountains was timeless. Even if he was cultivating in the divine penitentiary, it was the same. Rumble! Every pore on Yi Shiwen's body opened up, and all the remaining power gushed out, directly injuring his gilded tyrant form. After spitting out the remaining power, Yi Shiwen's aura suddenly changed. He opened his mouth and absorbed all the spiritual energy that was gushing out. I finally entered the intermediate stage of the king-ranked realm. Ha 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 ha. Let's see who still dares to punish me. Yi Shiwen laughed loudly. The reason why he was captured was because he wanted a stable space to cultivate. Now his wish was finally fulfilled. At this moment, the small space in the divine penitentiary began to shake violently, and a crack was torn open. Chapter 2692. After entering the mid-stage of the titled king realm, Yi Shiwen's strength had not only improved by leaps and bounds, but he had also gained a better understanding of peak-stage god-kings. Coupled with the crucial questions that King Lai had answered, Yi Shiwen realized that his combat power was no less than a peak-stage god-king. He was a first-class figure in the world and could go anywhere in the universe. Although he had not achieved the Tao and dared not say that he was invincible in the heavens, it could be said that there were very few people who dared to say that they could subdue him. Even if he was not a match for King Lai at the moment, he was more than enough to protect himself. He could no longer make him feel that his life was being threatened. However, his satisfaction only lasted for a moment. Soon he thought of something. Even if he was a peak stage god king, there were still many things in this world that were dangerous to him. Back then, King Phoenix was one of the top 10 god kings, but in the end he was besieged and killed. Since ancient times, there were many cases of peak stage god kings dying. There were also rumors of old monsters living in seclusion. The current 10 god kings were only ranked in the past 2 million years. Although the ranking of the 10 god kings changed very slowly, it was hard to imagine how many experts of this level had existed since ancient times. Although more than half of them were confirmed to have died, either in the war against the heavens or in battles with people of the same cultivation level, there were also some who died inexplicably. It was said that they had encountered some powerful evil beings. After so many years, many rumors were mostly false. Only 1 or 2% were true. Yi Shiwen did not know what evil beings could be a threat to experts of this level. With his current cultivation level, any evil beings that dared to come near him would be roasted alive by his qi and blood. The qi of living beings was the nemesis of evil beings, especially for martial artists like Yi Shiwen, who cultivated supreme physical strength. He had never been afraid of any evil beings. But from ancient times until now, to be able to cultivate to the level of the 10 great divine kings, which one of them relied solely on divine abilities to rampage, they were bound to have unrivaled physical bodies too. They all met with mishaps. Just thinking about it was enough to make one's blood run cold. Furthermore, it was not just a single sovereign emperor. Instead, it spanned across the entire river of history. Even the god kings and the legacies of sovereign emperors had similar records. Of course, it was not within the territory of the sovereign emperors. Instead, they had met with mishaps while they were out. Otherwise, although the various sovereigns who had inherited the legacies of the sovereign lords had either died or disappeared, the contingency plans set up in the main sect were enough to deter all powerful enemies. Any evil beings that dared to get close to them would be reduced to dust in minutes. In the past, he had never thought about this problem because he felt that this matter was still very far away from him. Now that he had suddenly reached this realm, this problem suddenly leapt up. If he were to cultivate to the peak of the God-King realm one day, would he also encounter these things? What the hell was that? It dared to kill a God-King. That was the only word in his mind. Those who could be ranked among the 10 God-Kings were all beyond the ordinary peak of the God-King realm. Although they had not yet transcended this realm, they should be considered to have cultivated to the great perfection of the God-King realm, so they were far beyond the ordinary peak of the God-King realm. It was also extremely difficult to reach this realm. In a million years, there might not be 1 or 2 people who could reach this realm. Among the 10 God-Kings today, many of them had cultivated for more than 6 or 7 million years. It was even said that there were some who had cultivated for more than 10 million years. They could be said to be extremely old antiques. Based on his current situation, he estimated that the gap between him and King Lai and the others was more in the comprehension of the Great Way and the accumulation of power. As long as he was given time, even without a breakthrough, he was enough to be comparable to the God-King realm of the Great Perfection. After all, this Great Perfection did not once transcend the God-King realm. It was only after the gap between him and the ordinary peak of the God-King realm had grown to a certain extent. But this was still only Yi Shiwen's own guess at the moment. Whether it was true or not, it still needed to be verified later. But it was not only those God-Kings who had fallen, but also those 10 God-Kings who had mysteriously disappeared. Yi Shiwen did not believe that all of them had died. Even if only a small part of them had survived, the number was still not small. But now he had more than enough to protect himself. Even the God-King realm of the Great Perfection could not do anything to him. Now it was almost time to break out of the prison. The purpose of finding a place to cultivate in seclusion had been achieved. Naturally, there was no need to waste any more time here. He could inform his senior brother, with his current strength, who would dare to say a word of nonsense. Suddenly, there was a violent tremor in the space. Like a picture scroll, a crack was suddenly torn open and a huge head poked in. It was the head of a demon eagle. Yi Shiwen could not be more familiar with this appearance. The demon Qi was monstrous, only a head poked in, but its power was already strong enough to suppress the entire god penitentiary. In the demon eagle clan, apart from the demon eagle ancestor who had fallen, there was only one person with such cultivation, the demon eagle king of the demon eagle clan. He was also the one who ambushed Yi Shiwen on his way back. At that time, Yi Shiwen struggled to escape, but now it seemed that he was directly blocked. Demon Eagle King, you actually dare to appear here despite the great condemnation of the world. I think you are tired of living recently. Yi Shiwen said with a sneer. Yi Shiwen, since you know why I am here, then you should know that you can't escape today. No one can save you, said the Demon Eagle King, coldly. With just you. Yi Shiwen smiled coldly. Now that the 10 great kings are not in the headquarters, in other words, no one can stop me, and no one will come out to stop me, said the Demon Eagle King with a sneer. He was still very confident in his own strength. Do you know how many people want to kill you? Now that I am personally doing it, they are more than happy. How can they stop me? Ha 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 ha, no one will come out to stop me. That's great. It seems that there should be no problem for me to kill you. Yi Shiwen was not surprised at all. On the contrary, he laughed loudly. You want to kill me? The Demon Eagle King was a little surprised. What's wrong with that? You are used to being high and mighty. It's not like I don't know that you tried to kill me once before. It's just that there hasn't been a suitable opportunity. Now that you have delivered yourself to me, do you think you can still escape today? Said Yi Shiwen with a sneer. If it was in the past, he might not have a way to deal with the Demon Eagle King. But now, compared to a few decades ago, he was not just a little stronger. He was confident that he could defeat anyone at the peak of this realm. Ha ha ha! I have seen many arrogant juniors, but I have never seen someone as arrogant as you. You are indeed a genius to be able to cultivate all the way up, but it's time to end it. The Demon Eagle King laughed loudly. You have killed so many elites of my Demon Eagle clan. If you don't die, my heart will not be at ease. Previously, you were lucky enough to keep your life. Now it's time to return it. As the Demon Eagle King spoke, he turned into a middle-aged man in a black robe. He held a halberd in his hand and rushed towards Yi Shiwen. The halberd light swept across the vast sky. The black light cut through eternity and illuminated the entire galaxy. The tool spirit on the halberd instantly awakened and turned into a huge demon eagle. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it rushed towards Yi Shiwen. Clang! Above Yi Shiwen's head, the 10,000 spell roulette protected him firmly. Law-light curtains hung down one after another, firmly protecting it. The collision between the two top-grade magic tools blossomed with blazing light. It made people who looked from afar feel completely terrified. Yi Shiwen did not dodge or evade. He directly rushed over and blasted out a 6 paths of reincarnation fist towards the Demon Eagle King's head. He wanted to blow up his head directly. There was no superfluous words to be said. It could be said that the hatred between the two was as deep as the sea. He was too lazy to say anything. Every move was a fatal move to put the opponent to death. Boom! Yi Shiwen's 6 paths of reincarnation fist shattered the sky and bombarded the divine prison that imprisoned him into pieces on the spot. Although the divine prison had endless power, it was still unable to defend against the battle of the divine King Peak level. Generally speaking, the criminals would be thrown in after sealing their cultivation. Only Yi Shiwen was an exception because he wasn't a criminal at all. It was only because the higher-ups hadn't completely come up with a plan on how to deal with him. The Demon Eagle King was not to be outdone. He had seen many powerhouses in his life and had never shown weakness. A claw fell and blasted against Yi Shiwen's 6 paths of reincarnation fist without stopping. Boom! The entire divine prison shattered into a large area. The chaotic and savage aura was blasted out. Countless laws manifested in the explosion, bursting with extremely dazzling light. Billions of strands of divine light, like ribbons, burst out in an instant and flew in all directions. The attacks of the two were actually equal. No one gave way. This attack was extremely terrifying. The void shook repeatedly. The entire God Penitentiary was blasted open. Without any hesitation, the two of them charged out. If they were to continue fighting here, they would destroy the entire God Penitentiary and release some unparalleled demon generals. Even if they managed to kill their opponents, they would most likely be punished later on. In the depths of the divine prison, in the depths of the 99 levels of hell, it was said that the invincible existences of the divine clan who had survived the previous 2 battles against the heavens and some extremely terrifying traitors were imprisoned. Both of them knew in their hearts and flew out directly. However, the terrifying aura that erupted from the two attracted the attention of countless people. What's going on? Why is this happening? Isn't that the Demon Eagle King and Yi Shiwen? Why are they fighting together? What was even more strange was that in the face of this battle, no one in the Alliance headquarters stood up to stop it. Those masters seemed to not hear any sound and turned a blind eye. Chapter 2693. This caused many people to speculate. especially the reason why Yi Shiwen fought with the Devil Eagle King from the divine prison. This was also a big question. However, it was not difficult for many people to guess. There were no fools among them. They guessed the reason almost immediately. The only thing that puzzled them was why no one came out to stop it. Many people thought that it might be to kill Yi Shiwen. There were too many people who wanted Yi Shiwen to die during this period of time. Yi Shiwen had been sent to hell before he had even grown up. However, many people were a little puzzled. Is Yi Shiwen really so strong that he actually forced the Devil Eagle King to come out personally? However, it made sense when he thought about it. Even late God Kings were beaten up like dogs. If the demonic Eagle King did not personally take action, probably no one below peak God King would be his opponent. Just from the fact that he could fight evenly with the demonic Eagle King, it was obvious. The terrifying aura that erupted from the Devil Eagle King had already explained everything. Even the Devil Eagle King should be very afraid of Yi Shiwen. Otherwise, he would not have used his full strength from the start. The Devil Eagle King had used his full strength. Every blow was extremely terrifying. He wanted to kill Yi Shiwen completely. No matter who won or lost this battle, it would be enough to shock the heavens. This Yi Shiwen was really a big trouble. It had only been a short time, and he had already caused so much trouble. However, thinking about it carefully, these things could not be blamed on him. He was passive. However, even so, he could kill people and dared to kill people ruthlessly. This made many people secretly afraid. If they were targeted by this guy, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yi Shiwen, no one can save you today. The Devil Eagle King's roar resounded throughout the Alliance headquarters. Just you alone. Today, the Devil Eagle clan will be eliminated. No one can save you. How dare you come to the divine prison to kill me? If the higher-ups don't give me a satisfactory answer, don't think that it will be easy. Yi Shiwen said coldly. He did not show any weakness. The demonic Hawk King was indeed extremely terrifying. Just a single person was able to suppress the Hidden Valley, causing the kings of the Hidden Valley to not dare to casually make a move. Wasn't the fundamental reason because he couldn't find a single opponent in the Hidden Valley with his strength? Previously, when he faced his attacks, he could only passively receive them. It was impossible for him to counterattack. But now, everything was different. Waves of astonishing light burst out from the Demon Eagle King's eyes as he roared, "Demons suppressing the world!" The halberd in his hand slashed out, causing the time of the entire universe to come to a standstill. His devil chi had forcefully sealed everything. This was his most powerful secret art, and it was invincible. Sure enough, Yi Shiwen felt as if he had sunk into a swamp, unable to move. His devil chi was too majestic, affecting all the laws in the universe, causing Yi Shiwen to be unable to move an inch. Then, the long halberd streaked across the sky in an attempt to kill Yi Shiwen. "Break for me. You want to use this kind of trick to deal with me?" Yi Shiwen sneered. Then a bloody light burst out of his body and shattered everything. His entire body leaped up, and then, like a powerful, golden-winged rock, he pounced towards the Devil Eagle King. As he moved, countless laws collapsed, accompanied by many spatial cracks, and he pounced towards the Devil Eagle King. Bang! The Devil Eagle King had smashed Yi Shiwen's void crack chop into pieces a few years ago. His cultivation was far superior to that of Battle King and the others. This move was very useful for Battle King and the others. However, it was useless in front of him. At this point, he was almost standing at the peak of the entire universe. "It's useless. You're still far from being able to defeat me with just this kind of move." The Devil Eagle King sneered and fought with Yi Shiwen. The physical confrontation between the two sides produced sparks, and the terrifying energy contained in these sparks was terrifying. Since other means are useless, then watch how I defeat you in front of everyone. "Humph, so what if you're a peak divine king? I'll kill you all the same." Yi Shiwen sneered. He directly pounced forward and used the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, clashing directly with the Devil Eagle King. Kill! The two of them fought fiercely, and they were almost evenly matched. No, it should be said that Yi Shiwen was slightly at a disadvantage. It seemed that he had not completely grasped this power. However, as time passed, Yi Shiwen's strength gradually increased. The more power he grasped, the more terrifying his fist pressure became. Many people could also see this, even if they did not mention the fact that he was slowly improving. Just the fact that Yi Shiwen could fight to a draw with the Devil Eagle King was already completely shocking. It can't be true! Many people could not help but be shocked. At first, everyone thought that Yi Shiwen had burned his life force to barely contend with the Devil Eagle King. However, from the looks of it now, it was not the case at all. No wonder he could kill 5 late divine King Realm experts in one go. He indeed has such strength. Such a person definitely has a boundless future. I'm afraid there are not many such outstanding people throughout the ages. Many people could see that the Devil Eagle King seemed to be slowly losing the upper hand. When Yi Shiwen completely gained the upper hand, then the Devil Eagle King would be in trouble. Ha ha ha! The peak of the king-ranked realm is only SOSO. Yi Shiwen laughed out loud as he sent out a few punches consecutively. His powerful lifeblood swept out like a dragon. PFFF! The Devil Eagle King was sent flying as he spat out golden blood. Together with the demonic aura, it scattered in all directions in the universe. In the future, who knew how many people would be able to obtain this blood essence and become a demon? The demonic Eagle King retreated a few steps and suffered a small loss. His eyes were filled with shock and fear. He was even more furious as the murderous intent in his eyes deepened. Back then, Yi Shiwen was like an ant in his eyes. He could kill him easily. No, it should be said that back then, Yi Shiwen had never entered his discerning eyes. He was just an ant. Even when Yi Shiwen killed all the demons, it was the same. Those demons could only steadily enter the king-ranked realm. Whether they could cultivate to his level, no one dared to say for sure. Now, Yi Shiwen was actually able to force him to suffer a loss. This was completely unimaginable and unprecedented. He's vomiting blood. He really made a peak stage god king vomit blood. Some people felt as if they were about to faint, as if they were dreaming. This feeling was too surreal. That was a supreme existence that ruled over all the realms. Even the 10 great god kings were just powerful peak stage god kings. One could imagine how shocked everyone was. Finally, there was someone in this world who could reach this level. This level was comparable to countless old antiques. It wasn't the few people that everyone thought highly of. It wasn't even the brilliant Ji Renwang from before. It was Yi Shiwen, who was supposed to be at the stage of accumulating strength. No matter what, this was the truth. Bang! 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 Yi Shiwen's fists pressed down in all directions as he controlled more and more power. His strength was still soaring. This improvement seemed to permeate through every attack. With every attack, one could feel his growth. If this continued, it would be terrible. The Devil Eagle King actually had an unprecedented feeling of fear. Ever since he had cultivated to become a peak stage god king, he had never felt something like this. Yi Shiwen, don't be too arrogant. I'm not as weak as you think I am. He let out a deafening roar. In an instant, all the demonic flames he had spat out earlier started to burn fiercely. The blood of a king ignited the rumbling of the great Tao, causing people to feel enlightened. Every sound contained countless sounds of the Great Way. At the same time, the Devil Eagle King's body was burning. The power from the burning of his blood was guided by him on the halberd as he attacked. Bang! Yi Shiwen was sent flying. Some dense cracks appeared on his body. It seemed that he had suffered a small loss. However, this level of minor injury had almost recovered in an instant. So, It couldn't hurt Yishuin at all. He instantly opened up his divine kingdom. In the center of the entire divine kingdom, he was the invincible and only God. All the negative conditions couldn't affect him. Then he directly rushed out with one step. Devil Eagle King, is this all you have? If you are only at this level today, no one can save you today. Yi Shiwen roared. Then his body flew up and pounced down. The entire 6 paths of reincarnation fist was operating. Countless reincarnation power rushed over, and a punch was blasted out. Even the Alliance headquarters in the distance could feel the terrifying power of this punch. The complexions of many demigods suddenly turned pale amidst the violent shock. They couldn't imagine that someone could possess such a punch. There were many among them who were far older than Yi Shiwen. However, they could only look up at Yi Shiwen at this time. They couldn't be compared with him at all. Could it be that the Devil Eagle King is really going to fall? It can't be true, right? He has experienced the darkest era, and the turmoil of the entire Devil Realm didn't kill him. But now he is going to be defeated and killed by a junior. This is really a pity. Yi Shiwen blasted out a punch. The Devil Eagle King only felt that he was completely locked in place. It was impossible to escape. He simply roared, "My dignity is immortal. I am invincible. I am unparalleled in the world." He shouted 3 times in a row. His aura surged and swelled to the peak. His vitality was also burned to the peak. He knew that he couldn't escape this time. He could only fight head-on with Yi Shiwen. A terrifying demonic power swept out from his body majestically. Rumble. There was a huge roar as both sides collided fiercely. A scream came out. Chapter 2694. With a scream, the Demon Eagle King's entire body fell out. In the head-on collision with Yi Shiwen, he suffered a huge loss. His body began to crack and blood splattered out. How is this possible? The Demon Eagle King suffered a huge loss. Many people were shocked. In their opinion, it was already extremely amazing that Yi Shiwen could remain undefeated. He actually suffered a huge loss. It was simply unacceptable. The God rule chains around the Demon Eagle King's body completely collapsed. Even his divine kingdom could not be maintained and directly collapsed. On the other hand, Yi Shiwen's 6 paths of reincarnation fist blossomed with blazing light, suppressing the power of the heavens and the myriad worlds. Everyone seemed to see the posture of an invincible emperor vaguely, as if he was the reincarnation of a devil. Demon Eagle King, no matter what tricks you have today, you have to die, said Yi Shiwen coldly. Thinking of being attacked by the Demon Eagle King as a big bully, he had a kind of grievance in his heart. However, all these grievances were swept away in an instant. He was no longer powerless like before, and he was strong enough to kill a peak divine king. Boom! Yi Shiwen attacked again, and a terrifying vision manifested. The 6 paths of reincarnation will slammed down fiercely. At the same time, his left hand slashed out with a sword. The sword in the stone's dominator's sword swept in all directions, shaking all directions and dominating the world. It blasted in front of the Demon Eagle King. Boom! The Devil Eagle King wasn't ready yet, and Yi Shiwen's new attack had already pounced over. It was fast, accurate, and ruthless. The sound of the great way was faintly singing. Even the powerful body of the Devil Eagle King couldn't withstand it. It was directly smashed into pieces. The Demon Eagle King's body was quickly replenished, but he was not in a hurry to heal because it was useless at this time. Yi Shiwen would not give him the time. He just roared, and the heavens and earth hummed. He became extremely powerful in an instant, and a huge demon shadow was born on his body. It was as if he was reborn, and just the rebirth was enough to shock the entire universe. The Demon Eagle King's flesh and blood were burning, and his aura had also risen to the peak. He used almost all kinds of tricks. What kind of secret technique is this? It can actually make him look like he's never been injured. Yi Shiwen was slightly stunned. He discovered that the aura of the Devil Eagle King had become stronger. Moreover, it had become even more powerful than before. In fact, it even made him feel threatened. Junior brother Yi, this is a secret technique of the demon race, the heavenly demon shedding. It can temporarily seal one's injuries and summon the strongest version of oneself from the river of time to fight. At this moment, the Flame Master's anxious voice came through secret telepathy. He couldn't help Yi Shiwen in such a battle. In fact, no one in the entire Hidden Valley could help him. Therefore, he could only remind Yi Shiwen with his boundless knowledge. So this is the heavenly demon shedding. This is a secret technique that defies the natural order. Yi Shiwen's eyes lit up. This secret technique was simply earth-shattering. It could actually seal endless injuries and make the strongest attack, although there might be formidable aftereffects afterwards. But it could indeed reverse the situation of the battle if it was used properly. He was excited to see the prey. The mysterious space in his body began to deduce all kinds of secrets of the heavenly demon shedding. If he could deduce it, then he wouldn't be afraid of being injured in the future. Not only could he use the Phoenix regeneration technique to recover, but he could also use the heavenly demon shedding to seal his injuries and summon the strongest state. However, the Demon Eagle King wanted to defeat Yi Shiwen with this move. It was indeed a fantasy. It was simply impossible. Yi Shiwen sneered. You sealed your injuries and summoned the strongest version of yourself. So what? Wasn't the strongest version of you already defeated by me? Even if you summon it again, the result will be the same. He blasted out a punch, and the 6 paths of reincarnation fist erupted with blazing light. Blood splashed out. Yi Shiwen only needed one punch to completely penetrate the strongest version of the heavenly demon shedding. Flesh and blood splashed out, and the bones were instantly broken. It was extremely terrifying. This was Yi Shiwen's technique. He had climbed to the extreme. Even if he didn't use these techniques, he could steadily enter the peak of the king-ranked realm. Poof! The Demon Eagle King's face was shocked. His face was pale, and his eyes were wide open. He seemed to be wondering why Yi Shiwen could be so strong. Not to mention that his demon body had reached the peak state. It was even stronger than his peak state. However, it was still broken by Yi Shiwen's punch. Logically, the Demon Eagle King shouldn't have been defeated so miserably. Even if Yi Shiwen has the strength of a peak divine king, he shouldn't have been able to defeat him so easily. Many people couldn't believe it, because the Demon Eagle King lost his momentum. From the moment Yi Shiwen was unexpectedly strong, he lost his momentum. However, Yi Shiwen became stronger and stronger as he fought. In the end, he formed a terrifying momentum. It's like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. If the Demon Eagle King had used one move from the beginning, Yi Shiwen wouldn't have been able to defeat him so easily. However, Yi Shiwen has already condensed his momentum to the peak. What's left is to be invincible and invincible. His momentum has already formed, and no one can stop him. An old king came out to explain. Although they couldn't participate in such a battle, they might be able to understand the logic behind it. Just one step, and it means victory or defeat. Is the difference really that big? Someone said in disbelief. Idiot. In a battle between experts, the difference is just a little bit. What's so strange about that? The Demon Eagle King's failure to defeat Yi Shiwen as soon as possible means that he made a big mistake. Yi Shiwen's strength is indeed amazing. I've lived for more than 10 million years. What kind of genius have I not seen? In all these years, it seems that only Emperor Qin can be compared to him back then. An old king reprimanded. Everyone's eyes looked at the battlefield. Was it really as they said? Was the Demon Eagle King going to lose? Yi Shiwen, you are indeed a genius. You can actually condense the momentum in such a battle. However, I never believed that the momentum can't be disobeyed. That's just teaching mediocre people. We cultivators go against the heavens. If I can't kill you, I won't be willing. I originally wanted to get rid of a future trouble, but I didn't expect it to lead to a battle of life and death. If this move can't kill you, I'll kill myself." The Demon Eagle King's roar shook the entire Alliance headquarters. Everyone was tongue-tied and couldn't believe it. Had it really reached that point? The Demon Eagle King, a peerless king, was finally forced to this point? They couldn't imagine how dangerous the Demon Eagle King was now. Yi Shiwen's momentum was already formed, and it was absolutely difficult to resist. If they wanted to resist, they would become the enemy of the world. Since ancient times, how many experts would find a slightly weaker opponent before a battle to the death and defeat them over and over again? Every time they defeated an opponent, their momentum would grow a little stronger, and their confidence in themselves would grow a little stronger. In the end, they would be truly invincible. The reason why Yi Shiwen was doing it now was similar to that. However, he did it in a battle. He was constantly digesting the strength that he had just broken through, and he was constantly dispelling the shadow that the Demon Eagle King had left in his heart, that unparalleled impression. Yi Shiwen had condensed his imposing aura in the midst of a battle under such special circumstances. This was extremely rare even among the countless battles that had taken place since ancient times. The conditions required were very harsh, and he had finally forced the Devil Eagle King to this point. The last move. What was the Demon Eagle King's final trump card? Many people were nervous, and they were looking forward to it. If you can't defeat me, you will kill yourself? Ha 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 ha. You can only withstand this move, and you are still looking for an excuse to strengthen your momentum. What a joke! Yi Shiwen mercilessly exposed his plan. It was absolutely impossible for him to use this kind of thing to affect him. He was really courting death. Suddenly, a mighty demonic sound reverberated between the heavens and the earth. The entire Milky Way suddenly burst open. A remnant soul and consciousness were summoned in the starry sky. They condensed in front of Yi Shiwen. A terrifying, imposing aura that could suppress the world swept out and shook the entire world. Could it be the legendary Demon Eagle Old Ancestor? Someone couldn't help but exclaim. Judging from the situation, this was the only possibility. This demonic shadow was somewhat similar to the Demon Eagle King, but it was more tyrannical, and its power was shocking in all directions. Apart from the Demon Eagle Old Ancestor, there was no existence in the Demon Eagle clan that was more tyrannical than the Demon Eagle King. His forbidden technique actually summoned the consciousness of the Demon Eagle Old Ancestor from all over the universe, and then forcibly pulled out the flesh and blood of the Demon Eagle Old Ancestor from the River of Time, and forcibly combined them together. It's too terrifying. Is he going to reconstruct the Demon Eagle Old Ancestor? Some of the divine kings present began to tremble with fear. They had all experienced the terrifying era when the Demon Eagle Old Ancestor used to suppress the world, especially in the Demon Clan. The prestige of the Demon Eagle Old Ancestor had been passed down to this day. Although it couldn't compare to the Demon Monarchs, it was still a first-class character under the Demon Monarchs. "Father, it has been countless years. Let me borrow your strength once again to kill the unparalleled enemy of my Demon Eagle clan," said the Demon Eagle King with a crazy look. He was already unable to compete with Yi Shiwen, who had already formed the general trend. He couldn't cultivate that unparalleled state of mind, and Yi Shiwen wouldn't give him time. However, his father's remnant body could forcibly boost his momentum and borrow his strength. Rumble! The Demon Eagle Old Ancestor ferociously bombarded like a torrent. He emitted a terrifying attack, and the aura of the God Rule technique and the principles that connected the past and the present. Although he was already a dead expert, his attack had been sent from another part of the River of Time to the present world. This secret technique was simply heaven-defying and invincible. The strongest attack. Chapter 2695. This was the strongest hidden attack of Devil Eagle King. It was a terrifying move that used his own flesh and blood as a guide to draw old ancestor Devil Eagle from the other end of the River of Time. Such a move required a huge amount of life source. After all, this was reversing life and death. Only he knew how big the price was. He was summoning old ancestor Devil Eagle with his cultivation. If he had summoned the Demon King, he would have been sucked dry on the spot and wouldn't have succeeded. This move couldn't be used often. If Yi Shiwen hadn't really closed it, he wouldn't have used this move easily. The strongest move. The entire universe turned pale with horror. The galaxy collapsed. Powerhouses everywhere in the universe saw this move and were completely shocked. This move was too powerful. Who could resist it? How could they resist it? Yi Shiwen was speechless because he felt that old ancestor Devil Eagle had a terrifying strength that made his heart palpitate. It seemed that old ancestor Devil Eagle had surpassed the peak Divine King. With such power, it was no wonder that he could reverse the situation of the demon world by himself and establish the supreme glory of the Devil Eagle clan. This was something that even the peak Divine King couldn't do. Facing this attack, Yi Shiwen didn't relax at all. His momentum was raised to the peak. His blood surged like the huge waves of the sea hitting the shore. The 10,000 method roulette and Tianyuan mirror instantly flew out to resist. In his hand, the Avicii sword was already in his hand. This attack wasn't the power of Devil Eagle King, but him. He wanted to confront old ancestor Devil Eagle from countless years ago. Old ancestor Devil Eagle was at his peak. Rumble. The entire universe was obscured by the blazing light. No one could clearly see what was happening. Even if they opened their heavenly eyes, they would still be able to see it. When their divine senses swept over, they would also be annihilated by the terrifying energy. It was like they were completely blind. It seemed that everything was swallowed by the blazing light in an instant. The universe had entered the era of destruction and was about to evolve into a new universe. In the end, the endless, blazing light scattered into the cosmos. It didn't create a brand new chaos verse, as many people had thought in that moment of panic. At this time, everyone finally saw clearly what happened. Yi Shiwen's sword pierced through old ancestor Devil Eagle, but old ancestor Devil Eagle's claw almost scratched off half of Yi Shiwen's shoulder. Bang! A loud sound was heard, and old ancestor Demonic Eagle's body collapsed. He could only maintain this attack. After all, he was already dead. The fact that he could be resurrected from the River of Time was because Demonic Eagle King had displayed a heaven-defying technique. Otherwise, it would have been impossible. Yi Shiwen, is he injured? Everyone saw that Yi Shiwen's shoulder was rapidly recovering. Although it quickly recovered to its original state, it still hurt Yi Shiwen. Even so, it was still a pleasant surprise for many people. That was because Yi Shiwen, who had come out of the divine prison, was really too strong. He made everyone feel fear in their hearts. He was truly invincible, now that he was finally injured. Even if it wasn't fatal, everyone was cheering. This was a very funny feeling, but it made everyone feel gratified. Fortunately, this guy was a normal person and not a monster. If he could exchange blows with old ancestor Devil Hawk and not be injured at all, it would be too terrifying. Yi Shiwen's future is limitless. He hasn't reached the Divine King Peak yet. I'm afraid that he can fight with old ancestor Devil Hawk if he reaches the Divine King Peak. Someone said with emotion, "Old ancestor Devil Hawk used to be an ordinary Devil Hawk back then, but he made such a big impact. I'm afraid that no one in the world could have imagined this. Now, I'm afraid that Yi Shiwen is even more powerful than old ancestor Devil Hawk." These two peerless heroes are fighting in the distant river of time. It's a pity that we can't see the scene of these two heroes fighting. Many people were lamenting, especially those kings who had witnessed the glorious and invincible era of old ancestor Devil Hawk. It was a great pity that the two of them had only fought in this way once. As for Demonic Eagle King, he had been completely eliminated by everyone. Yi Shiwen was already known as an existence who could compete with old ancestor Devil Hawk. This wasn't belittling him. On the contrary, it was an extremely high honor. As for those legendary emperors, perhaps no one dared to compare them to them. After all, they hadn't achieved the Tao. How many people had stopped at the last step since ancient times? They hadn't reached the last step. No matter how amazing their previous performances were, it was useless. Yi Shiwen held the Avicii sword in his hand and watched the old ancestor Devil Hawk in front of him disintegrate inch by inch. However, the arrogant aura of old ancestor Devil Hawk still shook in all directions at the same time. It didn't disperse in the slightest. He was indeed an invincible person in the past. He used to be a hero in the era when there weren't any emperors. Otherwise, he wouldn't have cultivated such an aura. What was invincibility? Invincibility was a path that only a single person could take. If a person had not reached the peak, they would not have such an invincible aura. Even the 10 great kings would not be able to cultivate such an aura. After all, the 10 of them shared the same glory. The eyes of the demonic Eagle King, who was behind the old ancestor Devil Hawk, had already lost their spirit. He had exhausted all his blood essence in this battle. Even his divine body couldn't replenish it. It would have been fine if he had defeated Yi Shiwen. However, Yi Shiwen had defeated him in one move. He was full of unwillingness, but there was nothing he could do. He could only watch his father's body disintegrate inch by inch. Go in peace. The Devil Hawk clan will go with you soon, said Yi Shiwen coldly. The demonic Eagle King roared with unwillingness when he heard this. His body completely disintegrated and scattered in the universe. Yi Shiwen retracted his gaze and looked at the Alliance headquarters. Suddenly, many people felt as if a sharp sword had cut into their hearts. They couldn't help but be shocked, especially those who had watched the demonic Eagle King kill Yi Shiwen. Their minds were suddenly shaken, and their vigilance was raised to the peak. If it was someone else, they might not dare to kill in the Alliance headquarters. However, it was hard to say for Yi Shiwen. He was a madman. He actually dared to kill the demonic Eagle King. Moreover, he didn't show any mercy during the entire process. It was just a feeling that he had to kill the demonic Eagle King if he wanted to kill him. Facing such a madman who knew what he would do, junior brother Yi actually won. Haha, it's time for our hidden valley to prosper. The Flame Lord revealed an ecstatic expression. Not only was Yi Shiwen's strength outstanding, but more importantly, his strength was still rising. His future achievements were simply unimaginable. If this wasn't heaven's wish for their hidden valley to prosper, then what was it? However, just when everyone thought that Yi Shiwen was going to return, they saw Yi Shiwen take a step into the void and disappear instantly. Could it be that he ran away because he was afraid of the punishment of the 10 great kings? Someone couldn't help but think so. Not good. He didn't run away because he was afraid of the punishment of the 10 great kings. He is going to uproot the demonic Eagle clan. Someone immediately guessed Yi Shiwen's thoughts and couldn't help but gasp. No way. He can't really do that, right? Many people said in disbelief. Yi Shiwen was really going against the natural order. No matter how he explained this matter, it would be a heinous crime. Especially in the situation where the alliance of the various clans had united, he really didn't care about the criticism of the world. He was going to uproot the demonic Eagle clan. However, if it were me, I would also be angry after being targeted time and time again. If I have enough strength, why don't I go all out? Someone could understand Yi Shiwen's thoughts. However, I'm afraid that this is a bad start. Someone will attack Yi Shiwen's family when the time comes. However, if the demonic Eagle King wins, I'm afraid that Yi Shiwen's family and clansmen won't be able to protect them. There are too many means to deal with them. This was the right of the winner. The loser wasn't qualified to say anything. Let's go. Hurry up. Let's hurry up and follow them to take a look. Many people woke up as if they had just woken up from a dream. In particular, the experts of the Devil race opened the transmission array one after another and directly teleported back to the Devil world. This was the headquarters of the various clans' alliance. Naturally, there were channels leading to various worlds. It was just that the people of the various clans had their own control. At this time, everyone couldn't care so much. They followed them one after another. After entering the Devil World, they quickly rushed in the direction of the demonic Eagle clan. In the Devil World, the demonic creatures near the transmission array almost fainted. So many auras that made them tremble with fear had suddenly appeared. It made them feel like fainting. Everyone's aura could shock them to death. When they arrived, the massacre that they had imagined didn't happen. There was no scene of blood flowing like rivers. On the contrary, Yi Shiwen was stopped. An old devil that they had never seen before appeared in the void and stopped Yi Shiwen. "Human, you have crossed the line." It was impossible to tell which race this old devil belonged to. His face was full of all kinds of wrinkles. He was thin and looked like an ordinary old man. "I have not crossed the line. I just want the justice that I want. No one can stop me." The old devil in front of him was unfathomable. Yi Shiwen could feel it. However, he didn't show the slightest weakness. It was too easy to make him leave with just a few words. "Stop killing with killing. Revenge breeds revenge. When will it end?" The old devil sighed and said, "Ha ha ha ha, you don't sound like a devil, but like an old monk." Yi Shiwen laughed heartily. "Devil is Buddha. Everyone can become Buddha, and everyone can become a devil. Don't tell me you still don't understand this truth?" The old devil sighed and said, "I don't need to understand these things. I only believe in the truth brought by my fists. Didn't you say that revenge breeds revenge? When will it ever end?" "Wait till I kill all the people who conspired against me. Then everything will end," Yi Shiwen said in a sonorous voice. Chapter 2696. Mother ***, he really dared to say it. Many people's hearts were trembling. Yi Shiwen's murderous aura was simply earth-shattering. "They bullied me because I was young and weak. Now that I have grown up, I naturally have to teach them a lesson. This is an unchanging truth. Only the victor is qualified to say this." Yi Shiwen slowly said, "There will always be people older than you. There will always be people stronger than you. Can you kill them all?" The old devil asked, "Kill them all. I want to obtain the Tao, just like holding a thorn in my hand. All thorns that want to prick me must be cut off." Yi Shiwen slowly but firmly said, "The truth that too hard is easy to break, didn't your elders teach you?" The old devil asked, "Even if the heart is broken, it is not hard enough. Moreover, on the road, every step is difficult and dangerous. There is no room for the slightest concession. One wrong step, and you will never be able to stand up again. I think seniors should know this truth." Yi Shiwen said, "Seniors' words may be reasonable, but it is not in line with me. Those who want to kill me, wave after wave, have never stopped. If I do not deter some people, perhaps they will really threaten my family. Even if only one person goes crazy, the consequences will be unacceptable. For me, this is the greatest truth in the world. If there is a chance, I will kill once, kill until the world is terrified, eliminate the hidden danger. Senior can stop me once. Can you still stop me next time? One day, Senior will also be unable to stop me. Why bother?" Yi Shiwen lightly said. His words revealed a strong self-confidence. Sooner or later, he would surpass the old devil in front of him. Bravery and diligence is the truth. Too hard is easy to break is the truth. In this world, there is no truth that can explain everything. God kings who have cultivated to their level have long been convinced of the creed in their hearts. It is impossible to change. Once changed, it may even lead to the collapse of martial arts. The consequences would be unimaginable. "This time I will not stop you." The old devil thought for a moment. In the end, he did not say anything. Perhaps it was just as Yi Shiwen said, just wanting to stop Yi Shiwen. It was impossible to stop him. In this world where deities could exist for eternity, revenge could happen millions of years later. With his current rate of progress, who could stop him in 100,000 years? There is no need to offend Yi Shiwen for the sake of the Devil Eagle clan. Most importantly, he hadn't expected that Yi Shiwen would be so persistent. He wouldn't be swayed at all. Is that the legendary Annan? Someone suddenly felt that the old devil looked very familiar and immediately recognized him. Old devil Annan, wasn't that old guy already suppressed? Someone exclaimed. But even the old devil Nan can't stop Yi Shiwen's revenge plan. Who can stop Yi Shiwen? He is really going against the heaven's will. Many people recognized the old devil Annan. Even those who didn't recognize him had heard of the old devil Annan. It was rumored that this old devil had a very long history, so long that it could be said that he was from the same era as the Devil King of the original Devil Clan. The reason why there were no obvious devil characteristics on his body was because he was a member of the original Devil Clan. In the past, 2 peerless geniuses were born in the original Devil Clan. Later, one became the original Devil King, and the other was the old devil Annan. No one knew how many enemies he had killed with his bloody hands, leaving behind an illustrious reputation. However, even though the original Demon King had disappeared, Annan had survived. Among the known experts of the devil race, there was almost no one older than this old demon. Even the patriarchs of the 8 great royal clans had to bow to this old demon when they saw him. He was already ridiculously old, almost reaching the age when the devil race was born. The strength of this old devil was unfathomable. In the past, he had confronted the original Devil King. Although he had lost, he was still one of the strongest experts in the world. However, he still couldn't stop Yi Shiwen. Perhaps he didn't want to have a conflict with Yi Shiwen. One could well imagine how ferocious Yi Shiwen had become. The people of the Devil Eagle clan finally knew what had happened. They screamed and fled in all directions. However, how could Yi Shiwen let them do as they wished? He waved the demon banner, and countless demon experts rushed out from it. They rushed into the midst of the Devil Eagle clan and launched a wanton massacre. There was blood and fire everywhere. However, no one sympathized with the Devil Eagle clan. The winner was king, and the loser was a bandit. This was the eternal truth. No one could go against this truth. If Yi Shiwen was defeated, then the fate of his family and clansmen wouldn't be any better. That should be the demon banner. It actually fell into Yi Shiwen's hands in the end. That's right. I clearly saw many king-ranked demon kings. If not for the demon summoning banner, there would be no way he could have a single Dharma artifact that could raise so many powerful demons. This Yi Shiwen is really heaven-defying. Hiss! How many secrets does he have? How many precious celestial devices does he have? Many celestial devices that I have never heard of have appeared in his possession. However, this should not be the complete version of the demon banner. It should be an incomplete version. Otherwise, it would be enough to completely destroy the entire Devil Eagle clan with just a little wave. An old demon king said. He had lived for a long time. He had seen the power of the demon banner with his own eyes. Everything seemed to be covered by the demon banner. Even now, he could not forget that power. Although the demon banner in Yi Shiwen's hands was also filled with demonic aura and fierce power, it did not have the terrifying power that he had seen with his own eyes in the past. Later, the demon flag was completely destroyed in the war against the heavens, leaving only fragments scattered all over the world. Everyone knew about this matter, so it was not difficult to speculate that Yi Shiwen should have obtained a fragment of the demon flag and refined it. With the help of the demon kings in the demon banner, it only took a day to destroy the entire Devil Eagle clan. They were completely annihilated. Yi Shiwen stood motionless on the side. He didn't even try to evade. He had personally witnessed the Devil Eagle clan, which had once been powerful and prosperous. However, it had now fallen into such a state. Bystanders couldn't bear to see this, but Yi Shiwen didn't feel anything. He wanted to use the destruction of the Devil Eagle clan as a warning to himself. He wanted to let him understand that once he was defeated, the Yi clan would end up like this. It would not be better than this. In fact, it might even be worse than this. If he took a step back, he would fall into a cliff. Therefore, he could not retreat. In the battle of divine path, he could not give in at all. Therefore, he watched the Devil Eagle clan perish with his own eyes. Within a day, the news of the Devil Eagle clan's destruction had spread throughout the Devil Domain. Everyone in the Devil Domain was in an uproar. Many people felt that Yi Shiwen was too arrogant. He did not have the slightest scruples when he exterminated the Devil clan in the Devil Domain. He simply did not put the Devil clan in his eyes. It was simply too much. Many people thought so. However, no one dared to come out and look for trouble with Yi Shiwen. What a joke! Even the Devil Eagle King had been defeated by Yi Shiwen. His entire race had been annihilated. How could they not be frightened? Now, Yi Shiwen wanted to use the blood of the Devil Eagle clan to warn everyone. Whoever wanted to deal with him would have to see if they had the strength to do so. It was unknown how many people would be scared off by this lesson forged with blood. In the entire Devil Domain, there were very few people who could firmly suppress Yi Shiwen. Whoever dared to find trouble with Yi Shiwen at this time could only wait for Yi Shiwen to kill his clan. There were rumors that the higher-ups of the Devil Domain had issued a death order. No matter who it was, they were not allowed to provoke Yi Shiwen. After all, it was different from thousands of years ago when Yi Shiwen first entered the Devil Domain. At that time, Yi Shiwen was just an ant-like existence. Now he was a terrifying existence that could stir up the entire Devil Domain. Yi Shiwen watched for a day and a night. He saw that all the experts of the Devil Eagle clan here were killed. Then he left. As for those experts of the Devil Eagle clan who happened to be absent, he did not continue to chase after them. There was no need. They were just stray dogs. They were not his opponents at all. In fact, it was not a big deal to leave the Devil Eagle clan alone. He just wanted to use the blood of the Devil Eagle clan to warn some people who were ready to make trouble. Yi Shiwen put away the demon summoning banner. He took all the demon clans that had eaten their fill into the demon summoning banner. With the blood sacrifice of the Devil Eagle clan, which was comparable to the 8 royal clans of the Devil Domain, the demon clans and the entire demon summoning banner would advance further. It was only a matter of time. As he was about to leave, a chariot descended from the sky. An old man personally drove the chariot. He looked extremely ugly. Yi Shiwen squinted his eyes slightly and recalled. When he entered the Devil Domain, he was chased by countless people. It was precisely this old man who sheltered him. Yi Shiwen hadn't been able to see through the cultivation of the Azura clan's old ancestor in the past. But now he could see that the old ancestor was in existence at the peak of the God King realm. He stood at the peak of the entire Devil world and even the myriad heavens. Yi Shiwen now thought about it. Back then, he spoke with confidence and composure in front of the Azura ancestor. It was really a kind of luck that he did not die. At that time, he really did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. It turns out that senior has come. This junior has not welcomed you. Yi Shiwen cupped his hands. Although the Azura ancestor protected him to a large extent because of Man Yun's request, it was also a fact that the Azura ancestor did help him back then. I didn't expect that you would also grow to this step today. Ancestor Azura said with a sigh. There was a look of vicissitudes in his eyes. Thousands of years ago, he had watched helplessly as Yi Shiwen grew stronger little by little. Little by little, Yi Shiwen was on an equal footing with him. Chapter 2697. Back then, Yi Shiwen was undoubtedly just an insignificant ant in his eyes. He didn't even have the intention to kill Yi Shiwen. It was like a mortal casually stepping on an ant. He didn't have any intention to kill Yi Shiwen at all. It was only because of the request of his most beloved junior, Man Yun, that he endorsed Yi Shiwen. Otherwise, Yi Shiwen would have died in the demon world a long time ago if it wasn't for an old divine king like him. Now, thousands of years had passed. To a divine king, it was just a snap of a finger. Yet, Yi Shiwen had actually reached the point where he was on equal footing with him. He couldn't help but lament the passage of time. Although there had been many juniors who had become god kings in the past countless years, Only Yi Shiwen had left the deepest impression on him this time. I can achieve what I have today because Senior let me go. Now that I think about it, I was really impulsive back then. Yi Shiwen cupped his hands and said sincerely, "It's not just impulsive. It's simply reckless." Azura Ancestor said with a smile. He didn't give Yi Shiwen any face. Yi Shiwen couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Now that he looked back, he really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth back then. It wasn't a big deal to say that he was reckless. At that time, he dared to barge into the demon world with just his cultivation. The ignorant were truly fearless. Azura Ancestor looked at Yi Shiwen with incomparably complicated eyes. At that time, it seemed like he was just casually letting an ant go. Now, this ant had grown to the point where it was extremely likely that he could threaten the demon race. Now that he thought about it, he didn't know whether his decision back then was correct. Yi Shiwen paused for a moment before asking, "Senior, may I ask if Man Yun is doing well now?" "Sai, I came to see you today because of this." Azura Ancestor sighed. "Come with me," Azura Ancestor said, and directly drove the carriage into the void and disappeared. Yi Shiwen was slightly startled. He didn't think too much and immediately chased after him. To him, the demon world was no longer a tiger's den. As long as he was careful, no one could do anything to him. Everyone felt somewhat inexplicable. Why did Yi Shiwen keep up with them? "Who is that Man Yin?" Some people didn't know and asked. "Man Yin? Ah, I remember now. She's the princess of the Ashura tribe, who was once famous thousands of years ago. I haven't heard of her for a long time." An old devil suddenly remembered and said, "Many of the others weren't from the devil world, so they didn't know much about Man Yin. These people were the top group of people in the universe, so how could they have so much time to understand the so-called geniuses and monsters?" In a secluded valley, unlike the other demon realms which were filled with demon flames and looked like doomsday, the entire valley was full of vitality like a paradise. Yi Shiwen stood in front of a grave, his expression somewhat sad, and not far from it was the Azura Devil King. In the end, Man Yun was buried here. The Azura demon lord said slowly, "Isn't the lifespan of the demon race very long? Thousands of years is nothing at all. Why did Man Yun pass away? Or did he die at the hands of someone?" Yi Shiwen's tone was extremely grim when he said the last few words. "If you have such thoughts, then Man Yun's intention to protect you back then was not in vain." The Azura Devil King sighed and said, "Man Yun didn't die in the hands of someone else. She died on the trial path of my Azura tribe. Since ancient times, not many people have been able to complete that path." Yi Shiwen also remembered that Man Yun had once revealed to him that she wanted to become the first female empress of the Azura tribe and even the entire demon world. Since ancient times, those who could attain the Tao and become sovereign emperors were few and far between, let alone the great empress. One could imagine the difficulty of this. Man Yun chose to walk the most difficult path. Otherwise, with his talent and the resources of the Azura clan, it would be a piece of cake for him to prove his Tao. Back then, how many princesses and geniuses in the demon world shouted that they wanted to become the 7th demon king of the demon world? However, how many people actually put in the effort to carry out this dream? It was probably very rare. Time smoothed out many people's edges and made many people give up on their original dreams. Man Yin had always been working hard, and she didn't give up until the moment she fell. Just by standing in front of her grave, Yi Shiwen seemed to be able to see the scene of her sweating like rain. Back then, you were nothing at all, just like an ant. Man Yun, on the other hand, was the most talented princess of my Azura clan. Even if she didn't become the empress, she would definitely be conferred the title of queen. It's just that she chose the most difficult path, which resulted in her death. On the other hand, you, who I didn't even take a fancy to back then, became famous throughout the world. The Azura Ancestor said slowly. He didn't mean to belittle Yi Shiwen. He was simply explaining something. This handkerchief was left behind by her back then. "It's for you as a souvenir," said the Azura ancestor. With that said, an embroidered handkerchief appeared in front of Yishuin. The workmanship was extremely exquisite, and it had the delicateness of a girl. The fragrance on the handkerchief remained, but the person was gone. Yishuin gently put the handkerchief away as the sense of loss in his heart intensified. Mannion was one of the most special women he had ever seen. She was completely different from Hua Menghan, Yi Qianqian, and Donli. She dared to love and hate, a heroine among women. Furthermore, she never concealed her ambition to become an emperor. If she were a man, she would definitely be one of the invincible elites of the world. To date, Yi Shiwen had never seen anyone with a similar bearing to her, much less surpass her. It was practically impossible. However, such a legendary woman had passed away. She had perished, and he didn't even get to see her one last time. Forefather Azura sighed and said, "That lass, Mannion, fell on the path of the trial. That's her fate, and I believe she has no regrets. Her only regret is you. I can see that you're the only one she treats differently, so I deliberately brought you here to fulfill her wish." Forefather Azura sighed. Yi Shiwen thought about it. Perhaps Mannion really had no regrets regarding becoming an emperor. After all, she had really tried her best. His fate was as such. At his stage, he believed in the so-called fate, but at the same time, he didn't believe in the so-called fate. He was extremely conflicted. Yi Shiwen slit his finger and forced out a drop of blood essence. He conjured his appearance and buried it in the grave. "I will carry her dying wish and complete the path she didn't complete." Yi Shiwen said with a sonorous voice, "If that lass were to know in the underworld, she would probably be gratified." The Azura ancestor's eyes were filled with gratification. It made his ugly face look less repulsive. If she were to know in the underworld, would she be gratified? Yi Shiwen murmured, "Senior, do you think reincarnation really exists? Is there really an underworld? Is there really a next life?" Yi Shiwen asked 3 questions in a row. For a moment, the people who had passed away appeared in his mind, as well as his parents and relatives on Earth. It had been a long time, and some questions weren't vague anymore. Instead, they were buried in his heart, and he didn't want to touch them. Now that he saw Mannion's grave, he thought of this question again. If there was anyone in the world who could answer this question, perhaps only the Azura clan could. Back then, the Azura demon lord created reincarnation and established the 6 paths. Almost everyone thought that he was a god who controlled life and death. The question of life and death was also a taboo for gods. If one died, one died. No one had ever heard of anyone being able to come back to life after death. The legendary underworld and reincarnation had similar rumors in the various worlds, but no one could prove the existence of the underworld. All of them were myths and legends. In the legend of the Azura demon lord, he had also fought with an invincible figure in the underworld. Thus, he felt inspired and created the myth of the 6 paths of reincarnation. The 6 paths of reincarnation fist was created after that incident. Of course, that was only a legend. Who knew how many tens of thousands of years had passed? The truth of that incident had long been buried in the soil and no one knew. Yi Shiwen also wanted to explore life and death, and he also wanted to find the existence of the underworld. After all, it was an age-old problem. Perhaps the Azura clan had some records of it. Reincarnation, and the underworld. I don't know about this either. Even the Emperor Lords don't have much contact with it. It is the true reincarnation of heaven and earth. The Azura ancestor sighed and said, "Although there are legends about my clan's demon lord, no one knows about it. In fact, since ancient times, every Emperor Lord has fought to the death and reversed the yin and yang. It's just that they aren't as famous as my clan's demon lord." Yi Shiwen was slightly stunned. There was actually such a thing. I'm not very clear about the specifics. This kind of thing, even in the inheritance of the emperor, is the most secretive of secrets. My race's demon king has only briefly mentioned it. As for the so-called underworld, even we are not clear about what it is, whether it exists or not. The Azura ancestor said slowly, perhaps there is no such thing as the so-called underworld. It is just the manifestation of the heavenly Tao. The Emperor Lords fight themselves and slay the great Tao. We haven't reached that level, so we don't know what it is. But you can't really want to explore life and death and look for the underworld, right? That's a very dangerous idea. Since ancient times, who knows how many people have the same idea as you? They thought that they could transcend life and death. But in the end, they all lost themselves in it. Yi Shiwen smiled and didn't deny it. Even at this level, the underworld was still mysterious. In fact, it wasn't as clear as before. At least back then, he could still believe in myths and legends. But now, he knew that myths and legends couldn't be trusted. It would be great if there was an underworld, reincarnation and reincarnation. But Senior, you can rest assured that I won't explore the underworld. There's no need for that. If such a day really comes and I become an emperor, perhaps I'll come looking for it myself. Yi Shiwen smiled and said, Senior, I want to stay here for a few days. Is that okay? Up to you. Since I've brought you here, I have nothing else to do. I'll take my leave first. The Azura ancestor drove the carriage and disappeared into the sky, leaving Yi Shiwen alone. Chapter 2698. Yi Shiwen stayed in front of Man Yun's grave for a month. He told her everything he had experienced over the years, no matter how big or small it was. He felt a little lost in his heart. Perhaps in his heart he had some different feelings for this extraordinary woman. However, Yi Shiwen left Man Yun's grave after this month. The dead had passed away. It was useless to reminisce. After calming his emotions, Yi Shiwen did not return to the Alliance headquarters first. Instead, he returned to the true martial domain. Although he also knew that the entire Alliance headquarters was in a mess now, he did not care. This was the confidence brought by strength. If it was in the past, he naturally did not have such strength. However, now, no one could touch him in this aspect. The reason why the Devil Eagle King was so insolent and dared to kill Yi Shiwen in the Divine Prison was because he was a peak Divine King. Although he would have to pay a certain price in the end, the Alliance headquarters wouldn't really kill him. After all, at that time, Yi Shiwen would be dead in theory. However, now that the situation was completely reversed, Yi Shiwen naturally had nothing to worry about. Back then, he wanted to turn his parents into holy spirits, but there was no other way because his strength was not strong enough. He even thought of waiting until he cultivated to become a sage to enlighten them one by one, because holy spirits were different from ordinary heroic spirits. They were eternal and indestructible, just like gods. That was why they were called holy spirits. Moreover, holy spirits were no different from ordinary creatures. They would not be restrained in Yi Shiwen's divine kingdom. In ancient times, in many worlds, there were legends of holy spirits representing gods to travel the world. Holy spirits were the representatives of gods. Some even opened up a world for gods. Heroic spirits were different. Heroic spirits were confined in the divine kingdom. They prayed day and night. Their power made the divine kingdom stronger. Finally, after thousands of years, they would disappear and integrate into the divine kingdom, making the divine kingdom even stronger. Heroic spirits would eventually disappear, but living creatures would not. Moreover, holy spirits could also cultivate to become gods. Finally, they would form a huge divine system with a main god. The so-called divine system was formed in this way. There was only one main god, and there were still many vassal gods. Apart from some of the gods who sought refuge with them, the most reliable gods were naturally the gods who had become holy spirits of their own families. The chances of a holy spirit becoming a god were very high, because the lifespan of a holy spirit was the same as that of his Lord God, eternal and infinite. Even a pig could become a god after millions or tens of millions of years of cultivation. It was just that under normal circumstances, it was impossible for ordinary people to have such a long lifespan. Even the black tortoise race, which was known for their longevity, did not have such a long lifespan. The key reason why many people found it difficult to become a god was not because it was difficult, but because they could not become a god when their lifespan reached its limit. Holy spirits, on the other hand, did not have such concerns. However, there was a limit to the number of holy spirits that a main god could enlighten, so they would all be more careful. This was because holy spirits represented the god that they traveled the universe and did many things that were inconvenient for the gods to do. Some of them were even the pope of their own religion, so they had to choose carefully. However, Yi Shiwen didn't have such concerns. Anyway, he didn't intend to develop a big sect. Even if he did, he would have disciples to serve him. So, he didn't need to do it himself. Therefore, he was able to give his sacred spirit quota to his parents. With Yi Shiwen's current skills, there was nothing in the world that he couldn't go. Very soon, he returned to the true martial domain. However, when he returned to the true martial domain, he immediately discovered that there were many strong auras hiding around the true martial domain. They were all experts above the god realm. Yi Shiwen's expression changed immediately. What was there to spy on in the true martial domain now? It was just a broken world with incomplete nomological laws. There was nothing in it that was worthy of so many gods to spy on. Moreover, Yi Shiwen's name had spread far and wide. Who didn't know that the true martial domain was his hometown? Even those king-ranked realm experts wouldn't be willing to deal with him so easily. So, there was only one possibility, and that was they were clearly here to recruit more people. Yi Shiwen didn't know who had sent these people, and they might be from many forces. These people were a potential threat, and once the news of Yi Shiwen's death came, then these people would definitely be the first to pounce on him, just like a group of wild wolves. At that time, even the Lord of Flames wouldn't be able to save him in time. This was a huge hidden danger. Thinking of this, how could Yi Shiwen not feel cold? He had just witnessed the destruction of the Demon Eagle clan. In fact, he was the one who did it. Why did he do all this? Wasn't it because he was afraid that the Yi clan would encounter the same problem in the future? Right now, these people were the hidden danger of the Yi clan in the future. Thinking of this, Yi Shiwen immediately snorted and teleported in front of a black dragon god who was hiding in the darkness. How dare you? Dragon Island still won't let me go? Yi Shiwen said coldly. This was a black dragon god. It was considered a rather special race among the dragon clan. It cultivated the power of darkness. However, once it became a god, it would be extremely powerful. It was also one of the more important combat powers of the dragon clan. You are also Yi Shiwen. This black dragon's reaction was also very fast. He recognized Yi Shiwen almost immediately. His soul almost left his body, and he was almost scared to death. What kind of joke was this? Although he was sent to monitor the Yi clan, he knew very well why a dignified dragon god like him was actually sent to do such a thing. It was because Yi Shiwen had established an illustrious reputation in the universe. The entire Dragon Island was extremely afraid of him. In fact, from the news that he had just received, this guy had actually entered the king-ranked realm. He was simply invincible. There weren't many geniuses like him since ancient times. Thinking of this, his entire body simply went soft. Although he was considered a very tyrannical dragon god and was considered one of the most powerful existences among the experts who had reached Tao validation, it also depended on who he was compared to. If he was compared to an ordinary person, there naturally wouldn't be any problem. However, if he was compared to Yi Shiwen, who was famous in the world, he was simply inferior to an ant. Why is Lord Yi here? This black dragon immediately put on a coquettish smile. Why am I here? What's so strange about this? This is my home. Isn't it the most normal for me to appear here? On the other hand, why are you here? Yi Shiwen's face revealed a somewhat ambiguous expression. He had already reached Tao validation. Logically speaking, he wouldn't sweat at all. However, at this time, this black dragon felt that he was sweating profusely. His entire huge dragon body was stiff in the universe, and he didn't dare to move. He could clearly feel that Yi Shiwen had firmly locked onto him. He didn't give him the slightest chance to escape at all. Thinking of this, he was even more afraid. During this period of time, he was not afraid of anything else. Even if everyone in the true martial domain came out, they wouldn't be enough for him to swallow. However, Yi Shiwen was different. He could hang up a dragon god like him alone. The people he had killed in the past were all famous and powerful existences in the dragon clan. Even some ignorant people had already regarded Yi Shiwen as the so-called dragon slayer. It was really funny. However, the dragon clan had no courage to question Yi Shiwen now. This black dragon god was already incoherent. The powerful dragon god who could summon the wind and rain in other worlds was simply embarrassed and speechless at this time. I can imagine it, even if you don't want to say it. Yi Shiwen said with a cold smile, "But you are thinking too simply. Send a letter and let the seniors of your dragon island personally come and pick me up." Yi Shiwen stared at this black dragon god and said, when the black dragon god heard this at this moment, he didn't dare to have the slightest objection. It was as if he had been granted amnesty. He was almost driven crazy by Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen was really too afraid. The pressure from the soul that was deeply engraved in his mind made him unable to lift his head. Although they were both gods, there was still a huge gap between an ordinary Tao validation and Yi Shiwen, who was at the Divine King level. He now only hoped that the seniors in the clan could save him. He quickly sent the message, and then he saw Yi Shiwen slap him. The word seal completely sealed his whole body's magical power, and then he became smaller and smaller. It didn't take long for him to become like an earthworm in Yi Shiwen's hand, and then he was thrown into Tianyuan Mirror. At this time, it was very easy for Yi Shiwen to kill a Tao validation. Even if he killed him, what could the Dragon Clan do? It was just that he didn't want internal strife now that the Celestial Clan was in front of him. And all of you, don't even think about leaving. All of you stay. In addition to this black dragon god, there were more than 20 powerful gods lurking in the void. At this moment, when they saw Yi Shiwen returning, they didn't dare to stay at all. They quickly slipped away. They didn't expect that Yi Shiwen didn't forget about them at all. He even called them up now. Suddenly, they complained incessantly. Fortunately, it seemed that Yi Shiwen didn't intend to kill them. He wanted to wait for their seniors to come, which made them feel much better. If Yi Shiwen wanted to kill them, then they could only resist. However, they were obviously not Yi Shiwen's opponent. In the end, there was only a dead end. Finally, after these people sent a letter for help according to Yi Shiwen's request, they were obediently caught by Yi Shiwen in Tianyuan Mirror. Yi Shiwen turned around and entered the true martial world after he had collected all these people. Chapter 26:99. At this time, after thousands of years of development, Yi Clan had already become the #1 clan in the true martial domain. It could almost be said that they could cover the sky with one hand. This naturally benefited from the existence of the ancestor, Yi Shiwen. At this time, Yi Shiwen had become a legend in the true martial domain. He had saved the true martial domain several times. He was the first existence to enter the Tao confirmation in countless years. He hadn't come back for all these years. However, no one dared to doubt his existence. That was because outsiders were constantly entering the true martial world and bringing back news about Yi Shiwen. Every earth-shattering event had happened. He had killed the top-notch geniuses of the outside world and formed rivers of blood. He was a dark horse to the very end. There were even people who came from distant worlds just to see Yi Shiwen's relics. The things that Yi Shiwen used in the past, the places where he lived, all became the things that these pilgrims wanted to see, especially those of the younger generation. The younger generation who grew up in the past thousands of years almost grew up listening to all kinds of legends about Yi Shiwen. In the hearts of the younger generation, Yi Shiwen was simply a legend, a legend. However, Yi Shiwen was not very old. He was not much older than them. In terms of the division of heavens and realms, he could only be regarded as a generation. However, the gap between them was already extremely huge. Yi Shiwen could even be mentioned in the same breath as their ancestors and the elders of their sect, especially the subsect of Yi Yuan sect in the past. It had now become a pilgrimage holy land because Yi Shiwen first came from this place. This place was no longer the same as before. With the transformation of countless resources left by Yi Shiwen, it had long become a paradise on earth. The cultivation environment was also regarded as one of the best in the entire true martial domain. At this time, the entire Yi Yuan school subschool had actually become the private territory of the Yi family. Except for the Yi family, other people had already left. At this time, Yi Shiwen's parents and others had also returned to the Yi Yuan school subschool. They were familiar with the mountains and rivers here, and when it came to the practice environment, there were few places that could be compared with this place, although they had been forcibly transformed with resources. But the Yi family was now the representative of wealth in the entire Zhanwujia. There was nothing else but money. Yi Shiwen landed on the conveyance light. He saw countless men and women coming and going on the entire mountain road. They weren't limited to the human race. Even the demon race and other races were present. However, the age of these outsiders wasn't particularly old. The oldest one wasn't more than 1,000 years old, while the youngest one was a few hundred years old. However, each and every one of them could be regarded as outstanding. They were young and had outstanding cultivation. However, these people were Yi Shiwen's admirers. So, they had come here with only one purpose, to make a pilgrimage. Everyone knew that Yi Shiwen was preaching in the Yi clan. However, his true orthodoxy was in the heaven realm. So, they had to go to the heaven realm if they wanted to join Yi Shiwen's orthodoxy. This was not allowed in Yi Yuan school subschool. Moreover, Yi Yuan school subschool only accepted Yi clan disciples. This was an aristocratic family, not a school, so the conditions were much stricter. Because of Yi Shiwen's illustrious reputation, no one dared to act recklessly here. The Yi clan had also opened the door for them to come here for a pilgrimage. As such, these foreign youths all wore expressions of excitement and sincerity on their faces, and none of them dared to act recklessly. There were also some who came together with Yi clan disciples. What do you think, Brother Tianyao? Didn't I say that the cultivation environment of our Yi clan's secret territory is not worse than that of your clan's secret territory? At this time on the roadside, two figures were quickly moving towards the Yi Yuan school subschool. One of them was a human youth, about 25 or 26 years old. He was obviously a younger generation disciple of Yi clan. The other one was a youth of demon race. He had transformed into a sturdy youth and looked somewhat simple and honest. That's right, Brother Yi is right. My clan's holy land is probably just like this. The demon race youth said, Ha ha ha, this is also very normal. Although the principles of our Zhanwujia have gradually been restored in recent years, and many fairylands have been born, but it is rare to see a place that can be compared to our holy land. After all, there is a dragon vein buried here. The youth surnamed Yi said in an extremely proud manner, One person can really make a country prosper. The demon race youth said with emotion, My clan's ancestor has just confirmed his Tao and become a god. Although he is not bad, he obviously cannot be compared with Senior Yi Shiwen. Yes, when I was a child, I heard from my grandparents that our Yi clan wasn't as prosperous as it is now. In fact, the Yi clan was only a small clan at that time. However, as our ancestor became more and more powerful, our Yi clan also produced many talented people. The youth surnamed Yi said proudly, I have heard this saying that the more powerful a clan's ancestor is, the more prosperous his destiny will be, and he will be able to protect his clan. His clan will also be especially favored by the heavens, and there will be an endless stream of experts in the clan. The demon race youth said with emotion, "Although your human race is not famous for its bloodline, but it should also have a relatively big influence. Unfortunately, it is said that Senior Yishuin does not have any descendants. Otherwise, he would have been born as a Heaven's Pride expert, and would have continued the legend of the Senior, and would have quickly confirmed his Tao. Ah, the Son of God!" Yes. The youth surnamed Yi also looked forward to it. He also knew that although they all had the surname Yi, Yi Shiwen's direct descendants would definitely be different. With Yi Shiwen's current legendary cultivation level, once he had descendants, then their talents would inevitably be earth-shattering. This was the advantage of having a good ancestor. However, compared to the Yi clan in the past, it was already much better. Why would he feel that he had more extravagant wishes? "I just received news that Senior Yishuin seems to have been conferred the title of king." The demon race youth said quietly. "What? Conferred the title of king?" The youth surnamed you could not help but almost jump up. The current true martial domain was already different from the time when it was closed. After these years of unifying the world and gradually communicating with the outside world, it had gradually connected with the heavens and the 10,000 realms. Naturally, it was very clear what a god meant. Similarly, it was very clear what a king realm expert meant to a force. A king realm expert could create an incomparably powerful force, and such a force was a king realm sect. The Yi clan had indeed been very successful these few years. Yi Shiwen had fought everywhere, and he had made a name for himself. Many people did not dare to provoke him, just like the demon race youth's clan. If it was in the past, they probably would not even look at the Yi clan. Now, they still had to curry favor with the Yi clan. Why wasn't it because Yi Shiwen was strong enough? However, they did not have much confidence in the disciples of the regal sects. That was because even immortal legacies were divided into various grades. Without a doubt, the regal sects were the top ones. Apart from the legacies of imperial monarchs, they were already invincible. They could also stand tall in front of the disciples of the king realm sects. Now, Yi Shiwen had already reached the king-ranked realm. He was a true king-ranked martial artist. They were also disciples of the king-ranked sect. The meaning of this was completely different. That's right. The news I received is indeed like this. Not only has he been bestowed the title of king, but he has also made a great contribution. The high-level leaders of the allied forces seem to think highly of Senior Yi Shiwen and want to reward him. When the time comes, they will bestow some cultivation resources to him. Your Yi clan will prosper and become a true god. The demon youth looked at the youth surnamed Yi with an extremely envious expression and said, "It was really infuriating to compare oneself with others. They had painstakingly cultivated for the sake of climbing higher and obtaining more resources. They might even be able to prove their Tao one day. However, their ancestors had just proven their Tao not long ago. Who knew how many years it would take for the younger generations like them to have the slightest chance of doing so? Now, not only was Yi Shiwen being conferred a king, but he could also bring a large group of Yi clan disciples to become gods. Although a god king could not directly create a god, he could bestow countless cultivation techniques and medicinal herbs. This would allow the younger generations of the clan to grow rapidly. Compared to the bitter cultivation of these people, this was much better. Not to mention, at this stage, one could almost change the destiny and strengthen the destiny of an entire clan. What's more, if Yi Shiwen's destiny was only given to the small Yi clan, it could increase the Yi clan's destiny by several times. In other words, while other clans might have to painstakingly explore mystic realms, the Yi clan could stumble on a divine artifact the moment they stepped out of their house. They could then swallow some natural treasure and become a demigod or even a god. This was what it meant to be invincible. A godly monarch protecting a family clan was like a game to them. Wasn't the Battle King and Battle Sage able to establish the Battle Sage clan because they themselves were king-ranked martial artists? Under his protection, the Zhan clan produced many martial artists. Even those with poor aptitudes were affected. Their cultivation was extremely smooth. Once they went out, they would have a fortuitous encounter, and their cultivation would increase like a rocket. If one could cultivate to the level of a sovereign monarch, he or she could even lead the entire race to leap forward. The reason why the human race could become one of the few great races in the world was that generation after generation of sovereign monarchs had led the human race from slaves and food to rulers. The sects and family clans of those thearchs were even more prosperous. The martial arts sect that the Qin Narch had established was famous throughout the world. The emperor clan, the Ji clan, had countless martial artists. Every disciple was a genius. This was the influence of the destiny brought by the top martial artists. As for the others, they could only watch and drool. Whether they were conferred a king or not was a watershed for an immortal inheritance. From his point of view, the Yi clan was going to prosper. Of course, he did not know the situation of the Alliance Army's higher-ups. Right now, many people in the Alliance Army wanted to kill Yi Shiwen. That level was too far away for them. They did not even have the qualifications to hear about it. Chapter 2700. Yi Shiwen hid behind the two of them. He couldn't help but not know what to say. The people he had fought against were all Heaven's pride experts who possessed supreme, noble bloodlines. He had defeated these so-called noble bloodlines step by step. Only then could he reach his present stage. But now his descendants were also relying on his wings to rise. A clan at the level of a king-level sect would become a reality in a few 100,000 years, and he would also become the founding ancestor of this clan, a person similar to the Battle Sage. These years he had been dealing with those old antiques who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years. Even among his peers, there were many who had lived for tens of thousands of years. Compared to those people, his cultivation age was really not even a fraction of theirs. It was really nothing. He had never noticed it. Slowly, he had also become the ancestor of a clan from a junior. When he returned to Yi Yuan school for the first time, at that time, Yi clan had just begun to spread its branches and leaves. Yi clan was just Yi clan. But now, Yi clan could be called Yi clan. A powerful clan, not a clan. Yi Shiwen also felt something in his heart. He felt that his state of mind was gradually undergoing a kind of change. At the same time, it was not only the Yi clan of true martial domain, but also the Yi clan of remote antiquity and his orthodoxy in Heaven Realm. This was an invisible change. As long as he was still alive, there would be no problem. No matter how much Dragon Island and the others hated him, they wouldn't dare to make a move. However, the foundation of the Yi family was still too shallow. Once he was defeated, the Yi family's current flourishing appearance would instantly become bleak and desolate. Those forces that seemed to be on good terms with the Yi family would all become the helpers of hitting the Yi family when they were down. Only when one's own strength was real strength. Yi clan's current foundation was far from enough. It seemed that it was indeed necessary to cultivate a few deities in Yi clan first. Only one's own people were the most trustworthy. Although God King could not directly enlighten a deity, he could choose the best among the younger generation and carefully cultivate them. The probability of them attaining the Tao would be much higher. As his strength and luck became stronger and stronger, the probability of Yi clan's new generation of geniuses was getting higher and higher. What was God's blessing? This was God's blessing. In just a moment, Yi Shiwen had already entered the Yi Yuan school sub-school, and at this time Yi Kongming and others had already received the news. Big brother, second sister, and others had also returned. His father, Yi Kongming, and his mother, Xia Chuanxue, were already waiting in the lobby. Beside them, big brother, big sister-in-law, second sister, and second brother-in-law were also waiting. Compared with thousands of years ago, everyone's temperament had undergone a significant change. especially Yi Rushua, who had unexpectedly revealed a steady aura, although her appearance was only slightly more mature. But her temperament made Yi Shiwen suspect that she was almost not the same person. Yi Shiwen didn't have any children, so he naturally wouldn't feel any changes. But now, not to mention Yi Kongming, Xia Chunshue, even Yi Rushua would be considered as an ancestor-level character. After becoming a mother, a grandmother, a great-grandmother, and even an ancestor, her mentality was no longer the same. Although she still behaved like a little girl in front of others, she had changed a lot in her bones. Yi Shiwen stepped forward and saluted them one by one. Then, everyone took their seats. Is Lady Qian all right? Xia Chuanxue asked impatiently. Yi Shiwen's experiences over the years were continuous. She has now been rescued, but she is still recuperating. It should not take long for her to get better. Yi Shiwen nodded and gave Xia Chuanxue a reassuring pill. That's good. What a good girl. Suffered such a big crime. Xia Chuanxue sighed. She didn't know if it was because of the things that the ancestor had done for a long time, but she seemed to have become more kind, or it was because she had a relationship with Yi Shiwen, so she was so biased. You are a woman, what do you know? In the battle of Shinto, we will not yield even an inch. Any accident is inevitable. Yi Kongming said loudly. Xia Chuanxue didn't say much more. In front of the children, she would not argue with her husband. For many years, their way of getting along had been like this. Little brother, I still feel that it is unbelievable. In the blink of an eye, thousands of years have passed, and you have also become a peerless character. The news that we received before was that you killed the heaven's pride of various clans on the road to choose emperor? Yi Rushua said with emotion, and asked with some curiosity. Although she did not know what the situation of the road to choose emperor was, since it was a confrontation between countless heavens' pride of various worlds, it was obviously an extremely dangerous place. Her family's little brother could be invincible in it, and she only felt honored. She was naturally also very clear that the Yi family had such glory in these years, of course, because of the little brother's fight outside, so that when the children of the Yi family went out, they could also hold their heads high and not be looked down by others. Something like that. The matter is too complicated, and it can't be explained clearly in a short time. Yi Shiwen didn't say much more. It was not that he wanted to hide from his family, but there were too many forces involved. He didn't know how many people wanted his life because of this, and it would even endanger his family. If he said it, it would add to their worries. As long as he smoothed things out outside, it would be fine. Why should he let his family live in an environment of fear? Seeing that Yi Shiwen was unwilling to say more, everyone didn't ask much. They were very clear about Yi Shiwen's temper. If he didn't tell them, it was likely that they were not suitable to know. Naturally, it would make things difficult for Yi Shiwen, and there was no need for it. But the outside world said that you are about to be crowned king. Is this true or false? Yi Kongming paused and asked. The eyes of the others, looked at Yi Shiwen, were a little bright. In these years, they had also communicated with the outside world and obtained a lot of news. Naturally, they were very clear about what the God King meant in the heavens, and it was a powerful character who stood at the peak of countless clans in the heavens. In the past, which of these characters did not cultivate for hundreds of thousands of years, and their family's third brother only cultivated for a few thousand years, far from being comparable to them. Such a thing, from the mouth of those who brought the news, was also a legend and myth in the heavens. Although they had always heard about it from others, it was more shocking to hear it from Yi Shiwen personally. No, Yi Shiwen shook his head. Actually, I have already entered the king-ranked realm. What? Third brother, is what you said true? Yi Feng almost jumped out of his chair. The others also looked incredulous. If saying that Yi Shiwen was already on the verge of becoming a king-ranked realm was already shocking to them, then now that Yi Shiwen said that he had already entered the king-ranked realm, they were completely speechless. The king-ranked realm was a stage that only very few people in the heavens could reach. It was a stage that could protect a powerful king rank sect. Many divine masters were stuck at this step, unable to cross over. Yet Yi Shiwen was only a few years old, and yet he had already crossed over. After the shock, everyone's faces revealed the happiest smiles. It wasn't because the Yi clan could become a king rank sect, but because they were the closest people to Yi Shiwen. Hence, they were truly happy for Yi Shiwen. And Yi Shiwen nodded. I just crossed over not too long ago. From now on, I have the right to become a divine master. Ha ha ha, you rascal, I knew it. You are definitely not ordinary. The joy on Yi Rushua's face was obvious. It was as if all her years of composure had disappeared completely. It was as if she had returned to many years ago when she was still a young girl. Ha ha ha, my younger brother is a king-ranked martial master now. In the future, who would dare to mess with me? Yi Rushua said with a smile on her face. Yi Shiwen's vision blurred. It was as if he had returned to many years ago. Back then, second sister had also been like this. She had been purely happy for him. All right, how old are you already? Why are you still like this? Xia Chuanxue couldn't stand it anymore as she spoke up. Yi Rushua stuck out her tongue, a little embarrassed. There were no outsiders here. Everyone here was her closest family. That was why she was behaving like a little girl. When, you have returned this time to enlighten us about becoming sacred spirits, right? At this moment, Yi Kongming spoke. It wasn't difficult for him to imagine why Yi Shiwen would suddenly return at this time. It could only be because of the matter of enlightening sacred spirits. Yi Shiwen nodded. Although he had the blessing of his own luck, it was impossible for his parents, big brother, and second sister to break through to the Tao confirming realm before the end of their lifespans, even though their talents weren't too bad. Those who could achieve Tao confirming were all heaven's pride experts. Therefore, he could only use this method. After he had enlightened the sacred spirits, all that was left was to wait for the time to come. Then he would naturally be able to achieve Tao confirming and become a god. This won't cause any harm to you, right? Xia Chuanxue was still a little worried as she said, the sacred spirits were almost perfect. She was worried that it would cause irreparable damage to Yi Shiwen. In that case, she would rather not become a sacred spirit. No, it's a piece of cake for me to enlighten a few sacred spirits with my current cultivation, Yi Shiwen said with a smile. He wasn't lying about this. Generally speaking, the number of sacred spirits a god could have was largely related to his own strength. The more tyrannical his strength was, the more sacred spirits he could enlighten. Of course, it would certainly hurt the origin. Therefore, an ordinary god wouldn't easily enlighten a sacred spirit. However, this wasn't a big deal for Yi Shiwen. Moreover, he was also afraid that he would forget about it when the time came. A closed-door training would take thousands of years. Then, it would be too late for regrets. It was better to take advantage of the time he had now to complete the matter of enlightening the sacred spirits. Chapter 2701. In a secret territory of Yi Yuan School's Qingfeng Mountain Subschool, a magic array was blooming with blazing rays of light. A figure was standing in the middle of the magic array, and endless spirit energy was instilling into her body. A blood-red charm fell from the sky and merged into her body. After a long time, the blazing rays of light finally dissipated, and Yi Rushua's figure was revealed. Third brother, have I become a holy spirit? How come I don't feel any difference? It's just that my cultivation has been promoted to the mysterious realm on the spot. Yi Rushua looked at herself, and it seemed that there was no difference. Yes, you have become a holy spirit now. Yi Shiwen nodded. His complexion was slightly pale. His body was constantly absorbing spirit energy to replenish the lost source. Yi Rushua's promotion was a matter of course because she was now a holy spirit. She was almost the most perfect example of God's creation. In addition, She was a Holy Spirit condensed by a divine king like Yi Shiwen. It could be said that she was born with a divine body. Her cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds in the future. Not to mention that Yi Shiwen didn't care about the cost of consuming his own source to help them remold their bodies. Their future prospects were almost limitless. Even if he had children in the future, they would probably be at the same level. Yi Shiwen could even promote their cultivation to the Tao-confirming realm in one go if necessary. After becoming Yi Shiwen's holy spirits, they were almost like one body. Yi Shiwen could also forcibly promote their cultivation. However, the sequelae of doing so were too big. Yi Shiwen wouldn't do it for no reason. It would have a great impact on their future growth. Moreover, those who could condense a Holy Spirit were basically divine masters. Such experts could find some heaven-gifted geniuses to personally guide them. After condensing a Holy Spirit, they would almost certainly be able to reach the Tao-confirming realm. There was no need to use this method of squeezing out their potential. It was really not cost-effective. Even a divine king could only enlighten a limited number of Holy Spirits. It couldn't be wasted like this. With his cultivation, enlightening a few Holy Spirits shouldn't be like this. However, this time he didn't care about the cost and put in a lot of effort to mold a Holy Spirit. The next time he enlightened a living creature, he wouldn't put in so much effort. It was really not worth it. You will understand it when you practice in the future. You have become a Holy Spirit now. So, you have become an extension of my flesh and blood. So, it won't be a problem for you to prove your Tao with me at the front. In fact, it won't even be considered as a threshold. You will naturally be able to prove your Tao as long as you have enough time. Yi Rushiwa was secretly speechless for the people of the outside world. How to prove the Tao had always been a big problem, and many people had worked hard for their entire lives. But now, as long as they cultivated for a long enough time, they could naturally cross the threshold of the Tao. This was simply shocking to the world. However, she knew that Jiang Yi's little brother must have paid a hefty price for this to happen. Although she did not have a clear idea of what a king-ranked realm martial artist was like, for a king-ranked realm martial artist to turn so pale and pant after he had enlightened everyone, it was obvious that he had paid a hefty price. How could she not know what second sister was thinking? He sighed and said, "Second sister, don't worry. This is just a small matter. I will be fine after resting for a while." Of course, Yi Shiwen wasn't telling the truth. Normally, it would take at least a few hundred years to replenish the source. The source was even more precious than blood essence. It almost determined how powerful a deity was. Once it was injured, it was hard to heal. Of course, Yi Shiwen didn't tell the truth. Normally, it would take at least a few hundred years to replenish the source. The source was even more precious than blood essence. It almost determined how powerful a deity was. Once it was injured, it was hard to heal. The only thing that was harder to heal than the source was the Tao injury. That kind of crack in the great Tao was almost impossible to heal. However, he still had the golden back Dragon Carp King's medicinal effects that he hadn't fully absorbed. This was not a big deal. Indeed, as he said, he just needed to rest for a while and he would naturally be fine. Yi Rushiwa was the last person. Yi Shiwen relaxed a little after he had transformed her into a holy spirit. He started to swallow the medicinal efficacies of the golden back Dragon Carp King. His complexion immediately turned rosy. He hadn't fully recovered yet. However, it wouldn't hinder him from engaging in a big battle. Yi Rushiwa wanted to say something, but she saw Yi Feng rushing in. She didn't say anything because she knew her brother's character very well. Yi Feng had been the clan lord and patriarch of the Yi clan for thousands of years. It could be said that he had seen many ups and downs during these years. There were very few things that could make him so anxious. Moreover, Yi Shiwen was here to oversee everything. So, what could be considered a big matter? Big brother, what's wrong? Yi Shiwen asked after recovering about 70 to 80% of his essence qi. "Little brother, there are guests outside. They want to see you." Yi Feng looked at Yi Shiwen and said, "They say it's an elder of Dragon Island." Yi Rushue's complexion slightly changed. She finally understood why Yi Feng, who had always been calm, was so nervous. It turned out to be like this. The Dragon Island was a colossus that had left behind countless legends in the myriad heavens. An elder had actually come in person. Perhaps only her little brother was qualified to meet such a character face to face, although Yi Shiwen had been conferred the title of king. So the Yi clan had the possibility and qualification to become a king sect. However, this was only a possibility. In fact, it was simply impossible to become a king sect without hundreds of thousands of years of accumulation. In fact, it might even take millions of years of accumulation. Not to mention, there was a huge gap between an ordinary king sect and a colossus like the Dragon Island that had once produced an emperor. Who would dare to disrespect an elder of the Dragon Island? More importantly, she had also heard about the grievances between Yi Shiwen and the Dragon Island. In the past, it could be said to have caused a lot of commotion, especially in order to compete for Huamenghan. They had become mortal enemies with each other. In her opinion, the elder of the Dragon Island had come to visit at this time. She feared that he had come in person after knowing the news about Yi Shiwen. She didn't know the fundamental reason why the elder of the Dragon Island had come in person. She could only imagine the process and the result. The result made her shudder. So, they have come in person. It seems that their movement is quite fast. However, since they have come, don't think of leaving in one piece. Yi Shiwen said with a cold smile, "Little brother, don't tell me that you plan to fight with him here. Although we all know that your strength is extraordinary, but the Dragon Island has a profound heritage after all. It has once produced an emperor's inheritance. If you thoroughly provoke them, I'm afraid there will be endless troubles in the future." Yi Feng persuaded, "Big brother, don't worry. They won't dare to do anything." Yi Shiwen faintly smiled and said, he was very clear about what Yi Feng and the others were worried about. The Dragon Island was very powerful. How many people in the world wouldn't be afraid of it? However, this was nothing. For a colossus like the Dragon Island, they wouldn't easily lay their hands on the Yi clan unless they were sure that he was already dead. Otherwise, they wouldn't easily lay their hands on the Yi clan. If they provoked Yi Shiwen's wrath, even if he couldn't exterminate their clan, it would be enough to seriously injure them. The weight of a peak king was enough to make them thoroughly think about the consequences of offending Yi Shiwen. However, he also didn't plan to clash with the elder of the Dragon Island here. With the strength of the Qingfeng Mountain Subskulls Matrix, it would be destroyed in minutes. Even the entire true martial Jia wasn't strong enough. Yi Shiwen would also strengthen the defensive matrix here after this matter was over. At least, it wouldn't be broken by the attack of a god-level expert. Of course, the most important thing was still Yi Shiwen's own strength. As long as he was strong and didn't decline, it would be very difficult for the Yi clan to encounter a catastrophe. Just like when the Devil Eagle King was alive, no one dared to provoke the Devil Eagle clan. However, once the Devil Eagle King passed away, the Devil Eagle clan would be exterminated in minutes. Yi Shiwen got up and went towards the guest hall under Yi Feng's lead. In just a few breaths' time, the two of them had already entered the guest hall. There were a few people sitting in the guest hall. The one in the lead was an old man in a black robe, and behind him were a few young men. All of them were dressed in luxurious robes, and there was a hint of arrogance on their faces. These people didn't hide the aura on their body. All of them were from the Dragon Clan. Their body was filled with dragon chi without the slightest bit of concealment. Obviously, they were extremely proud of their identity and race. They didn't even want to hide a little bit. However, with the strength of the Dragon Clan, they indeed had the capital to do so. In the myriad worlds, they were one of the few powerful races. It was very rare to be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with them. Yi Shiwen directly walked in and sat on the main seat. Then, His gaze swept towards the people of the dragon clan. "You are Yi Shiwen?" Before the old man from the dragon clan could speak, a young man from the dragon clan stepped forward. His eyes seemed to be sizing Yi Shiwen up. It was as if he was verifying some rumors. Was this skinny young man really that ferocious and powerful person in the endless rumors? Yi Shiwen couldn't be bothered with him. Instead, he directly said to the old man from the dragon clan, "How do you intend to settle this matter?" He could tell that this old man from the dragon clan had a very strong aura. He seemed to have fused with heaven and earth. He should have already entered the king-ranked realm. This old man was the leader of this group. As for the rest of them, no matter how famous they were in his eyes, they were just a bunch of ants. That young man from the dragon clan saw that Yi Shiwen had completely ignored him. He couldn't help but be furious. He had never been ignored like this before. "You dare to ignore me?" That young man was enraged. "Take care of him. If not, I don't mind teaching him a lesson on behalf of your elders. I want him to know how high the heavens are and how deep the earth is." Yi Shiwen said coldly. Chapter 2702. Take care of him. Otherwise, I don't mind teaching him a lesson on behalf of the elders in your clan. I'll let him know how high the sky is, said Yi Shiwen coldly. The elder immediately said in a stern voice, "Shut up! Sit down." Although these few young dragons weren't very convinced, this elder of the dragon clan was very clear about how terrifying the person sitting in front of him was. The Dragon Island's information was different from the Yi clan, which was relatively uninformed and backward. The Dragon Island's information was very accurate. Yi Shiwen had just slaughtered the Devil Eagle King and uprooted the entire Devil Eagle clan. Such methods and ruthlessness made people even more fearful. It wasn't terrifying to have such strength. What was more terrifying was that he had such thoughts. This was what made people terrified. In other words, Yi Shiwen was now comparable to a peak divine king. Even the Dragon Island couldn't take such a person lightly. Although the Dragon Island had one of the top 10 divine kings, the Golden Dragon King couldn't be 100% sure that they could kill him. Even if they succeeded, the price they had to pay would be too high. The reason why the Golden Dragon Clan had an unparalleled status in the Dragon Clan and was known as the royal clan of the Dragon Clan was because they had obtained the purest part of the inheritance of the ancestral dragon. From time to time, there would be a clan leader of the top 10 divine kings in this clan. After countless years of accumulation, it was simply unimaginable how strong they were. In the entire universe, the only clan that dared to compete with the Golden Dragon Clan with the strength of a clan was probably the Emperor Clan, G Clan. Moreover, the current Golden Dragon Clan was still in a dormant period. In the past, they besieged Emperor Qin and caused an earth-shattering battle. Countless experts of the Dragon Clan died in order to let the Fire Dragon Palace leave the Dragon Island. This had never happened in the countless years of history of the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Island was the base camp of the Dragon Clan. No one could leave because of the powerful deterrence of the Golden Dragon Clan. Unlike the ancient Phoenix world's Heavenly Phoenix bloodline, which had a small number of people in the past and was later exterminated in a war, the inheritance of the Golden Dragon Clan had never been severed. At its peak, it was incomparably powerful. Every generation of the clan leader was ranked among the top 10 divine kings. In other words, only those who were ranked among the top 10 divine kings were qualified to become the clan leader of the Golden Dragon Clan. That battle directly crippled his vitality. His accumulation of millions of years was wiped out in a single battle. Even the supreme genius who had the highest chance of vindicating his Tao was completely killed in that battle, establishing Emperor Qin's invincible reputation. It was precisely because of this that the Dragon Island had tolerated Yi Shiwen. Otherwise, with the temperament of the Golden Dragon Clan, they would have killed Yi Shiwen with a slap a long time ago. Ever since the distant past, the Emperor Clan Ji family had never stepped foot in the world. Occasionally they would appear, but only a few of their inheritors. It was unknown why they chose to hide from the world. There were some who said that a single sect with 6 emperors was too powerful, incurring the jealousy of the heavens. Once they appeared in the world on a large scale, it would be difficult for all worlds to stop them. They would suffer the wrath of the heavens, forcing them to not dare appear in the world. As for the specific reason, no one knew. The weakness of the human race in the early years was directly related to the emperor clan G families hiding from the world. Later on, Emperor Qin appeared out of nowhere and reshaped the backbone of the human race. He left behind the martial arts sect to supervise the world. With such a powerful restraint, even the Golden Dragon clan didn't dare to unscrupulously suppress the new talents of the human race. If they did what they did, the martial arts sect would naturally do the same. In the end, as they indulged and indulged, a young peak divine king was born. Especially for the Dragon Island, it was even more unforgettable. It was almost like the resurrection of Emperor Qin. Just like Emperor Qin in the past, he was young, invincible, fearless, and cut down all the thorns. Such a character just happened to appear in the human race. Sometimes, even many people in the Dragon Island would also doubt whether the dragon race was really a race favored by the heavens. Why did the dragon race only have one ancestral dragon, while the human race only had 9 emperor lords in the records? They were extremely powerful. Some people guessed that perhaps this had a lot to do with the dragon race's bloodline. The closer they were to the ancestral dragon's bloodline, the stronger they were. This was called reversion. However, the strongest of the dragon race was only a dragon monarch, like the ancestral dragon. As for the others, even if their bloodline was infinitely close to the ancestral dragon, it was impossible for them to truly become the ancestral dragon. Therefore, no matter what, their strength was unable to truly break through to become a dragon monarch. This kind of situation was also the case for the Phoenix, Qilin, and other ancient races. However, the human race was different. Ordinary humans had no talent at all and did not have any bloodline inheritance. It was also because of this that they lacked the restrictions of the bloodline and did not have anyone's Tao to suppress the world. Instead, it was easier for a supreme expert to appear. Only a few people dared to think of this kind of conclusion, but they never dared to announce it. Could it be that the ancestral dragon was wrong? The ancestral dragon caused the dragon race to fall into a predicament and be unable to advance any further? All of the dragon race were descendants of the ancestral dragon. The only difference was how close they were to each other. If such words were to be said out loud, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. No one dared to delve into the details. However, it was fortunate that currently it seemed like only the martial arts grandmaster had appeared in the world to protect the human race. The legendary Heavenly Emperor Fushi's bloodline and the Emperor Shinnong's bloodline also did not appear in the world. There were also the inheritances left behind by the supreme experts of the human race, like the 3 ancestors of the human race. If not, the Dragon Island would have to face great pressure. This was also the reason why only the human race, demon race, and demon race could descend to the world, becoming supreme and powerful races. It was because each of their races had produced more than one supreme figure. Even though they weren't too united, they continuously brought the 3 races to a supreme level. As for the dragon race, the phoenix race, the Qilin, and the other races that were powerful for a while, they were unable to contend against the 3 races as a whole. The Dragon Island could suppress the Yi clan and contend against the martial arts grandmaster. However, it was absolutely unable to contend against the human race as a whole. Fortunately, the human race seemed to be in a state of disunity and was unable to unite. Even so, the martial arts grandmaster alone was enough to make the other races tremble. He looked at Yi Shiwen and his heart was in turmoil. Could it be that another person like the Qin Emperor was going to rise again? He recalled that when he was young, he had once paid a visit to a supreme expert. With his status and strength at that time, it was impossible for him to get close. He could only pay a visit from afar. However, just looking at the supreme expert's aura from afar was enough to suffocate people. It was said that after the Qin Emperor attained Tao, there were several battles that shook the universe. It seemed that someone who had attained Tao had attacked him. However, in the end, it was the Qin Emperor who had just attained Tao who suppressed the powerful enemies and defeated them one after another. He ascended to the top. After that, all the major races in the world behaved themselves for a long time. With such a supreme expert suppressing the world, no one dared to act recklessly. The Dragon Island simply went into hiding and sealed itself off from the world. Fortunately, the Qin Emperor disappeared like the other emperors in the end. Only then did the various races have a chance to breathe. He was too powerful. Some people guessed that he was probably one of the most powerful emperors since ancient times. After all, he had no rivals in the current world. He was almost invincible. Although some people guessed that a dormant emperor had appeared to target him and a great battle had erupted that shocked the entire world. That was only a guess. No one had actually seen who the Qin Emperor had fought with. They only left behind a few words describing the horror of that battle. When the other emperors were in power, there were also many powerful supreme experts of other races as their enemies. They had restrained each other. In the past, as many as 5 or 6 supreme experts had been in power at the same time during the chaotic battle between humans, demons, and demons. They had fought against each other. Moreover, the number of supreme experts who had fallen during the 2 battles against the heavens wasn't just a few. Therefore, many people had different opinions regarding the fighting prowess of the Qin Emperor. Some people said that he was so powerful that he was invincible in the world. Some people also said that he could only be regarded as ordinary among the many supreme experts. However, there were many different opinions, but no one could come to a conclusion because he didn't have a clear opponent to compare with. Everything was just everyone's guess. However, it was an indisputable fact that the Qin Emperor had once dominated the world. He didn't know why this feeling had arisen in the heart of the Dragon Clan's elder at this time. He was afraid that Yi Shiwen would become the next Qin Emperor. However, it was really funny when he thought about it carefully. Since ancient times, many people had been said to have the hope of attaining Tao when they were young. Those overly flattering words had eventually proved to be nonsense. The higher one's cultivation was, the more cautious they would be. They wouldn't easily give such an evaluation. However, he couldn't help but have such a thought in his heart. The news that Yi Shiwen had killed the Devil Eagle King had spread to the Dragon Island. The entire Dragon Island had set off a great uproar. This person was really too powerful. However, he was also an enemy. Even in the great environment of the celestial race, conflicts wouldn't break out casually. But he was still a huge hidden danger. He couldn't help but feel a great fear in his heart. "Are you an elder of the Black Dragon clan?" Yi Shiwen glanced at him and asked, "Yes, I'm an elder of the Black Dragon clan. These few are also the young talents of my Black Dragon clan." The Black Dragon elder nodded and said, "There was no other way. Who made the people who were captured by the Black Dragon clan this time? He could only step forward by himself. He was the only king of the Black Dragon clan. In fact, he should be regarded as the Black Dragon King. However, his position in the Dragon Island was that of an elder. The Black Dragon clan was also considered a relatively famous clan in the Dragon clan. They had always been known for their tyrannical physical strength. The Dragon clan was said to have invincible physical strength. Most of the fame came from this clan. However, they didn't have many other magical powers. Therefore, in the Dragon clan, they weren't considered too powerful. There was only one King Realm expert holding the fort. However, the Black Dragon clan was only one of the clans of the Dragon clan. One could imagine how powerful the Dragon clan was. Not bad. Yi Shiwen glanced at these young people. Although many of them might be older than him, he was already a king. The two of them weren't on the same level at all. For him, these people could only be regarded as juniors. It was already good enough for him to give them a not bad evaluation. After all, Yi Shiwen didn't know how many monstrous geniuses he had seen in the Kurfürst Road. Any one of them was a peerless genius. It wasn't something that ordinary people could imagine. Yi Shiwen's words immediately made those young people angry. However, the king of the clan looked calm. They could only suppress their anger. Chapter 2703. The Dragon Island had dominated the world for many years. They had never put ordinary people in their eyes. If Yi Shiwen was from martial arts sect, perhaps they would look at him differently. However, Yi Shiwen was from an ordinary background. The Hidden Valley was nothing in front of the Dragon Island. Even if the other party was a king, he must maintain a kind of respect when facing people from the Dragon Island. This was a kind of arrogant character that had been cultivated for many years. In this regard, Yi Shiwen only felt that it was ridiculous. The Dragon clan might have been glorious for too long. They still believed in the so-called bloodline. He had faintly realized that the so-called bloodline might play a great role in the early stages. However, when it reached a certain level, the so-called bloodline would become a hindrance. Except for the Ji clan, there was no other emperor clan. Perhaps it was related to this. Although he didn't know how the Ji clan did it, there must be a reason for it. Tell me, how do you plan to settle this time? Yi Shiwen said slowly. Don't tell me that you are here to visit? The Black Dragon elder's face stiffened and said, We are here to bring back the disciple of our clan. You want to take him away? Sure, but if you want to take him away so easily, I'm afraid it won't be that easy. Yi Shiwen said lightly. The Black Dragon elder's face changed slightly, but he quickly calmed down. After all, the Dragon Island was not just in the wrong for this matter. Sending a deity to monitor the Yi clan. Even if one thought with his toes, he would know the reason for such behavior. If someone dared to do this to the Dragon Island, they would face the thunderous wrath of the Dragon Island. They would never let it go. However, Yi Shiwen only detained the person and asked them to come and pick him up. Obviously, it was not the worst situation yet. Yi Shiwen didn't mean to take the opportunity to flip out. However, it was still impossible to take the person away safely. If Yi Shiwen dared to capture the people of the Dragon Island before he reached the King Realm, even if the people of the Dragon Island were in the wrong first, they would not send people to discuss peacefully. They would probably fight directly. In addition, the matter of Yi Shiwen killing the demonic Eagle King was a wake-up call for them. They understood that Yi Shiwen should not be provoked easily. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. This time, we really didn't think it through. What kind of compensation do you want? The Black Dragon elder slowly spat out these words. This meant that the Dragon Island would have to bow down to Yi Shiwen. At the very least, they wouldn't be able to look down on Yi Shiwen's request like before. Even if Yi Shiwen didn't make any progress, his current strength was enough to make them pay attention to him. Good. Elder is really straightforward. I want to comprehend the ancestral dragon Dao diagram inside your Dragon Island. Yi Shiwen faintly said. What? The young men of the Black Dragon clan immediately jumped up. The ancestral dragon Dao lecture diagram had a supreme status in the entire Dragon Island because it symbolized the supreme dragon monarch of the Dragon clan, the ancestral dragon. Although it was not personally created by the ancestral dragon, the Dragon clan senior who left behind this painting was also known as the dragon's son, who was the closest to the ancestral dragon's path. One could imagine its significance within the Dragon clan. Yi Shiwen actually wanted to comprehend the ancestral dragon Dao diagram. For them, this was also unforgivable. Within the Dragon clan, only some geniuses or those who had made great contributions would be allowed to comprehend the ancestral dragon Dao diagram. They were not qualified to comprehend it. Yi Shiwen wanted to comprehend the ancestral dragon Dao diagram as soon as he opened his mouth. For them, how could it not touch their reverse scale? Your request is a little too high. The Black Dragon King couldn't help but take a deep breath and said, Is this request too high? Yi Shiwen sneered and said, I didn't propose to take away the ancestral dragon Dao diagram. I just want to comprehend it. It's not like I'll lose a piece of flesh, right? Yi Shiwen said with a slight smile, although he had a rubbing of the ancestral dragon Tao diagram in his hand. It was just a rubbing after all. It couldn't be compared to the original. For his current cultivation, this rubbing did not have much reference value. He had comprehended a lot of things from the rubbing, which was why he had the idea of comprehending the original ancestral dragon's Tao lecture diagram. You still want to take it away? Those young people were really furious. On the side, Yifeng didn't know what to say. Although he was the master of the Yi clan, this situation was obviously not something he could intervene in. The ancestral dragon Tao diagram was obviously a great treasure. Otherwise, it wouldn't have caused such a big sensation. However, he also heard about this matter from Yi Shiwen on the way here. He couldn't help but feel annoyed. He thought that he was under the surveillance of others at all times. Once something happened to Yi Shiwen, these people would pounce on him like hungry wolves. He was extremely annoyed. Now he just wanted to comprehend a diagram. What's the big deal? So what if I take it away? Yi Shiwen looked at them and didn't bother to say anything. For him, these people didn't even have the qualifications to speak. If you can't decide on this matter, you can go back first and discuss with the other dragon kings before deciding. Yi Shiwen didn't intend to use this to threaten the Black Dragon Elder. Dragon Island could still afford to lose a small dragon god in the Tao Proving Realm. The reason why he made them lower their heads was not because the Black Dragon God was captured by him. What really made them lower their heads was Yi Shiwen's strength. They didn't want to completely fall out with him. I can accept this idea, but you can only comprehend it for 10 years. 10 years at most, the Black Dragon Elder said while gritting his teeth. In fact, he was relieved in his heart. Compared to the lower limit that he could accept, this request was still acceptable. Yi Shiwen didn't ask for an exorbitant price. Obviously, he didn't want to fall out with them. Both sides had scruples. There was still room for negotiation. It was much better than what he originally expected. Good, straightforward. I will comprehend it for 10 years. Yi Shiwen laughed out loud. 10 years was enough for him to improve further. At that time, he might have a rapid progress and be comparable to the top 10 kings. At that time, he would be even more fearless. Well, if that's the case, then we will leave first. When the time comes, you can come in person. The Black Dragon Elder couldn't help but look at Yi Shiwen in a different light. Yi Shiwen dared to propose to watch the ancestral dragon Tao teaching diagram. Most importantly, the ancestral dragon Tao teaching diagram was inside the dragon clan. Yi Shiwen needed to go there alone. This was not the courage of ordinary people. However, thinking about it carefully, Yi Shiwen seemed to have always been a bold person. Sometimes he seemed to be a madman in the eyes of many people. He offended people who shouldn't be offended, such as the Dragon Island. Many people had thought that Yi Shiwen was finished when he had offended the Dragon Island. After all, he had offended such a colossus. His future days would be particularly miserable. However, who would have thought that he wouldn't suffer a tragic accident or disappear without a trace under the siege of all the major forces? Instead, his development was getting better and better. He had even become a king that countless people yearned for but couldn't reach. In fact, even the Dragon Island had to bow down to him. Perhaps only a madman could reach the point of being the center of attention and be admired by the world. Okay, I'll return the person to you. Yi Shiwen waved his hand and a light flashed. A middle-aged man appeared in the palace with a dejected look. He looked ashamed. Yi Shiwen did not seal his 5 senses just now, so he still heard it. In order to redeem him, the clan actually let Yi Shiwen comprehend the treasure that originally belonged to the Dragon Clan, the ancestral Dragon Tao teaching diagram. Of course, he also knew that it was not so important if he was pinched to death alone. However, the dignified Dragon Island actually bowed down in front of Yi Shiwen. This was even in front of him, and he was the primer. This completely subverted his worldview. He had never seen the Dragon Island bowing down in front of others. even if it was just a kind of compensation. The Black Dragon Elder did not blame this Black Dragon deity. It was useless. In the face of an opponent of Yi Shiwen's level, he would also be abused if he went up. In the entire Dragon Island, there were only a few who dared to say that they could suppress Yi Shiwen. This was only suppressing him. It was extremely difficult to kill him based on the current information about Yi Shiwen that the Dragon Island had obtained. It was even impossible. His speed was really amazing. If it was not so, how could the dignified Dragon Island bow down and admit defeat? Looking at the young people who were still indignant behind him, the Black Dragon Elder could not help but sigh. These young people are still too young and arrogant. Although it was not bad to be arrogant, what was really important was to have unyielding character. This wasn't the first time the Dragon Island had lowered its head. Since ancient times, how many sovereign emperors had appeared? The dragon sovereign had fallen many years ago. The later sovereign emperors showed some respect and didn't attack the Dragon Island. How could the Dragon Island stand up straight in front of these people? When the Qin Emperor was still in power, the Dragon Island directly sealed itself and didn't come out. The Qin Emperor wasn't the first person who made the Dragon Island seal itself. And this would not be the last time the Dragon Island bowed down. In the near future, there was Emperor Qin. Now there was Yi Shiwen. Even further away, there were many famous emperors and invincible figures in the world. But so what? After 100,000 years or 1,000,000 years, who would still remember these? The Dragon Island would still be one of the invincible top forces in the world. If one did not understand this truth, the Dragon Island had already been destroyed tens of millions of years ago. It was impossible for it to exist for a long time. Flowers cannot bloom for 100 days, and people cannot be happy for 1,000 days. This was the truth. Compared with the person in front of them who dominated the world at a young age, the Black Dragon clan's younger generation was really unworthy of cultivation. Originally, they wanted to bring them out to see the world and meet the most outstanding figures of the present age. They wanted to let them understand how much they were worth and how they could be brave after being ashamed, who knew that they had completely focused on the wrong point. It did not achieve the effect that they had expected at first. It was simply depressing. In that case, we will not disturb you anymore. Goodbye. Chapter 2704. As the Dragon Island bowed down, many forces who were still watching also came to apologize one after another. These were the existences who were very hostile to Yi Shiwen. Previously, they could still suppress Yi Shiwen, but now they were no longer qualified to do so. After defeating the Devil Eagle King, Yi Shiwen was now on an equal footing with the top kings. They might have been able to resist Yi Shiwen if the Dragon Island had taken the lead. However, the Dragon Island had taken the lead. So, they naturally couldn't continue to resist. They came to apologize one after another. Yi Shiwen naturally would not let go of this opportunity to extort them easily. He extorted a bunch of cultivation resources. Although these forces were far from comparable to the Dragon Island, a portion of each of them was enough to make Yi Shiwen rich overnight. Yi Shiwen now felt more and more that the natural law was impermanent and that a great era was about to come. No matter what Yi Wudi said before, it was difficult for Yi Shiwen to have such a feeling. But now he could feel the calm before the storm. It was not only because the current situation in the myriad worlds was tense, but also because he had such a feeling in the unseen world. It was an intuition, but he knew that his intuition would not be wrong. At his level of cultivation, he would have very strong premonitions about many things. It was definitely not just an illusion. Therefore, he could feel that an extremely dangerous feeling was approaching. Because of this, he had a very strong sense of crisis. This time, he wanted to borrow the ancestral dragon's diagram. It was precisely because of this sense of danger that was urging him to move forward. He must break through to a point where he could protect himself as soon as possible. In particular, this enemy was not other races, but the Heavenly Clan. Based on the grievances between the two sides, once the Heavenly Clan gained power, it would be a disaster for the other races in the myriad worlds. They would become slaves and be enslaved by the heavenly clan. It was not that such a situation had never happened before. Many races in the myriad worlds had records of this. It was a nightmarish period of darkness and boundless. Because they had no autonomy, they could not make their own decisions. Even freedom had become a luxury. With his current strength, he might be able to protect himself, but he wouldn't be able to protect the most important people around him. Most importantly, if DNI really succeeded, he wouldn't be able to escape even if he ran to the ends of the earth. All the worlds in the universe had fallen into the control of the Tian clan, and no one could resist them. If the exiled Tian clan were to be released again, it would be even more terrifying. Even if the monarchs who had left in the past returned, it would still be difficult. He couldn't place his hopes on an illusory thing. He could only rely on himself. Working hard was the only way to save himself. Right now, he already had the battle prowess of a peak-tier king. But if he wanted to improve further, he would need to accumulate more. Under normal circumstances, he would need more than 100,000 years. 100,000 years was too long. He really couldn't afford to wait. He had to seize every minute. But now, with the ancestral dragon's diagram and the heavenly treasures compensated by various families, it was enough to shorten the time to a tolerable level. By the time all these things were dealt with, it had already been more than a month. After Yi Shiwen had transformed Jia Ren into a holy spirit, he was completely relieved. He didn't have to worry that his family would die of old age while he was in closed-door training. He was indeed very selfish. He used all his strength for his family, but it was also because he had lost that he knew how to cherish it. Letting Jia Ren live a better life without being threatened was also a great motivation for him to move forward. Then, he accompanied Jia Ren for more than half a month. During this half a month, Yi Shiwen also appeared and preached a lot. With an invincible divine king like him preaching, the cultivation of Yi Kongming and others grew extremely fast, especially the eldest brother Yi Feng. Yi Feng's cultivation was already good. Later, he was transformed into a holy spirit by Yi Shiwen's painstaking efforts. His innate talent improved a lot. In just half a month of preaching, he had already soared to the peak of the profound realm. Then he went into closed-door training. It could be assumed that when he came out of closed-door training, he would already be a demigod. The matter of the Yi clan having the first god would probably fall on him. With a god in charge, many things could be solved logically. Yi Shiwen didn't have to worry so much. Yi Shiwen didn't go to Dragon Island directly after arranging the matters of the Yi family. Instead, he went to the Allied Forces headquarters first. It could be said that he had turned the world upside down. So he had to give an explanation to the Allied Forces for such a big matter. Otherwise, he was afraid that the 10 great kings would come forward personally. Yi Shiwen wasn't willing to face such a level of existence. He only had the strength to protect himself. However, just as he approached the Alliance headquarters, he suddenly saw countless laws in the world rushing towards that direction. Golden lotuses sprouted from the ground, and the chaotic aura scattered everywhere in the sky. Terrifying energy ripples swept in all directions. Countless stars could be seen shattering in response from afar. Even Yi Shiwen's expression changed when he saw this terrifying power. This had already surpassed the peak divine king. Even the aftermath of the fight was about to seriously injure a peak divine king like the Devil Eagle King. It's too terrifying. Yi Shiwen immediately reacted. The experts of the top 10 king level had taken action. Only a fight between experts of that level could create such dreadful signs. Waves of terrifying devil chi intertwined with the power of moonlight swept out. There was not a single person in the entire cosmos battlefield. Everyone was gathered in the headquarters of the Allied forces. They didn't dare to come out at all. Just the aftermath of the battle was enough to kill them completely. Such a battle was terrifying just by looking at it. The sky fell and the earth cracked. The entire universe was beaten back to chaos, as if someone wanted to recreate this world. Yi Shiwen was only at the edge of the battlefield. He didn't approach it. It was not that he couldn't approach it, but it was not necessary at all. It was just that the demon aura contained rich, dark power, which made Yi Shiwen feel a little familiar. Suddenly, he thought of something, and his eyes lit up. Could it be? He suddenly thought of something, and quickly opened the eyes of redemption. His powerful eyesight directly penetrated the entire universe, and he saw the middle of the battlefield. A figure wrapped in demon aura and a figure wrapped in the power of moonlight collided in the void. The speed was amazing. Even Yi Shiwen, who had opened the eyes of redemption, felt that he couldn't keep up. However, the figure shrouded in demonic qi gave him an extremely familiar feeling. Yi-mo. Yi Shiwen suddenly remembered. This figure was 100% Yi-mo. He couldn't recognize Yi-mo at first, because the body that Yi-mo was using now was not the body that he was familiar with. He should be using the physical body of the Lord of Darkness. The Lord of Darkness was also an invincible demon master. Its strength was extremely tyrannical. In the past, Yi Shiwen could fight against the Abyss Demon Master with just a rough fusion. Now, so many years had passed. With Yi Mo's strength and skills, it was not as simple as just fusing with the Lord of Darkness. It should have been a complete fusion, or even a level higher. Originally, Yi Shiwen could only roughly predict that Yi Mo should be fine. Otherwise, he would have sensed it long ago. Even if Yi Mo was at the ends of the earth, he would still be able to sense it with the connection between him and Yi Mo. Now that he had finally met Yi Mo again, Yi Mo's strength had far exceeded his initial expectations. Not only had Yi Mo broken through to the king-ranked realm, but he could even fight against the 10 great king realm supreme beings. Such strength was extremely rare in the various domains. However, Yi Shiwen wasn't surprised. Yi Mo had followed a demon king in the past, and he was the artifact spirit of the Tianyuan mirror. In terms of strength back then, Yi Mo was probably no weaker than a peak king. Right now, he was just recovering his strength. With Yi Mo around, Yi Shiwen would have an extremely powerful helper, who would dare to underestimate him in the future. Ha 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 ha, King Qinyu, you have been known as one of the 10 great kings for hundreds of thousands of years. However, why do I feel that you haven't improved at all? Is this the extent of your strength? An extremely arrogant laugh was heard. It sounded like an unparalleled old demon. It was Yi Mo's voice. Even after so many years, Yi Shiwen could still recognize it immediately. Who are you? You stole the physical body of the Lord of Darkness. A cold snort was transmitted from that mass of moonlight's power. Yi Shiwen was able to clearly see who it was. It was a middle-aged man. He was clad in a moon-colored robe. He looked very graceful and luxurious. However, he seemed to be in a bit of a difficult situation under Yi Mo's attack. It seemed that he had suffered some losses. His complexion had turned extremely ugly. Ha 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 ha, I am the Lord of Darkness now. No, I am the King of Darkness now. Yi Mo laughed loudly. As for who I used to be, it's not important. Eat my fist. A figure leaped out from the black, demonic aura. It was a man with an extremely strong body. However, his face looked a little delicate, which was extremely incompatible with his strong body. Who else could it be but Yi Mo? This was his original appearance. Although he had taken over the physical body of the Lord of Darkness, he had gradually transformed it into his own demonic body. Yi Mo punched out. Powerful 6 fist forces were condensing in a frenzy, converging into a long river of energy. If one looked closely, they would discover that this energy torrent was directly bombarded out by countless 6 paths of reincarnation. Its power was tyrannical and terrifying. It was impossible to tell which fist technique this was. It looked very similar, but at the same time, it didn't look like it at all. It was impossible to figure it out. So strong! Yi Shiwen exclaimed. He wasn't talking about Yi Mo's fist force, but his understanding of the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. Chapter 2705. So strong! Yi Shiwen exclaimed. He wasn't talking about Yi Mo's fist strength, but about his understanding of the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. Others couldn't figure out what kind of fist technique this was, but Yi Shiwen could easily figure it out. His understanding of the 6 paths of reincarnation fist had already reached the pinnacle of perfection. However, it was only a few sets of fist techniques, nothing more. There was still a long way to go before he could thoroughly integrate these 6 sets of fist techniques. Yi Shiwen knew that when the Azura Demon King used the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, there weren't 6 different fist techniques. There was only one. The power of the 6 paths smashed apart all resistance from the myriad worlds. It was an extremely domineering and supreme style. However, apart from the Azura Demon King, no one else was able to completely master the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. Even his descendants were no exception. It was too difficult to learn the 6 paths of reincarnation fist in one go. Therefore, the Azura Demon King split the 6 paths of reincarnation fist into 6 fist techniques. Although none of the 6 fist techniques could be compared to the complete 6 paths of reincarnation fist, any one of them could be cultivated to the pinnacle level and be invincible among the king-ranked experts. The supreme style of integrating the 6 paths of reincarnation fist was something that only a few people in the entire Azura race had ever achieved. Even though they were not as powerful as the Azura Demon King, they had left a glorious page in the history of the Azura race. They could be called geniuses. However, it was rumored that those people had already passed away. Yi Shiwen didn't have the chance to see how powerful the complete 6 paths of reincarnation fist was. Although he had the complete cultivation method of the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, his understanding of the 6 paths of reincarnation fist had not been able to completely integrate them. If he waited until he completely merged the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, his cultivation would once again rise to a new limit. He wasn't in a hurry to cultivate. Many times, once one's understanding of cultivation reached a certain level, success would follow naturally. There was no need to be anxious because there was no use in being anxious. He only knew that Yi Mo had an extremely deep understanding of the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to teach him. However, he didn't expect Yi Mo to have such a deep understanding. Just this punch alone had overturned the laws of the universe. Everything revolved around the 6 paths of reincarnation to rebuild the world. Yi Shiwen was capable of destroying a world, or even the laws of destruction. However, Yi Shiwen couldn't recreate the laws of the 6 paths of reincarnation, fist with him as the absolute center. This was because the world wasn't the divine kingdom. The gods could do whatever they wanted in the divine kingdom, but the world had its own rules. No one was allowed to tamper with them. Not to mention this kind of self-centered molding was even more of a miracle. Boom! Yi Mo's fist was earth-shattering, forming into a massive 6 paths of reincarnation that pressed down. All those who resisted were resisting the 6 paths of reincarnation. Vaguely, everyone could feel that there was a supreme existence watching over everything. How is this possible? This feeling, could it be the Azura Demon Lord? Could it be that the rumors are true? I remember now. It was recorded in the ancient books of our Azura clan that if one could cultivate the 6 paths of reincarnation fist to its peak, one could even summon the will of the Azura Demon Lord that was scattered in the world. Even if it was just the will of the Demon Lord, it was enough to suppress all opponents and sweep away all obstacles. However, that was only a legend because no one had ever achieved it. Since ancient times, only the eldest son of the Azura Demon Lord had cultivated the 6 paths of reincarnation fist to such a level. A long time ago, the eldest son of the Azura Demon Lord had cultivated the 6 paths of reincarnation fist to its peak and fought with an invincible genius of the human clan. After he was defeated, he was killed by the eldest son. That person later proved his Tao and became the Supreme Emperor. Since then, no one has cultivated the 6 paths of reincarnation fist to such a level. Who is he? Could he be the eldest son of the Azura Demon Lord? Some people from the Azura clan had already determined that this was not the Lord of Darkness. After all, when the Lord of Death was wreaking havoc in the world, as the right-hand man of the Lord of Death, the Lord of Darkness had already been suppressed. How could he have come out? Someone must have reincarnated in someone else's body and cultivated it to such a level. Everyone was curious as to who it was that had borrowed the body of the Lord of Darkness to be able to cultivate the 6 paths of reincarnation fist to such a level, and even reach a level that even the Lord of Darkness had not reached when he was alive. That person seemed to be even stronger than the 10 great kings. Although no one knew who this person was, he must have been a famous existence in the long river of history. It was impossible for him to be a nobody. Among the many speculations, the eldest son of the Azura demon lord was the most likely. This was because of the extremely powerful 6 paths of reincarnation fist and the extremely exquisite demonic skills that he possessed. There was even an ancient aura about him. Although everyone's demonic skills were passed down from ancient times, there had been great changes over the years. However, the demonic aura of this person's demonic skills only gave people a feeling of vicissitudes. This feeling was especially strong for the demons, especially some of the old antiques who had lived for a very long time. However, they now felt that the demonic skills of this person were even more ancient than the most ancient times that they knew. It was simply unimaginable. In particular, the experts of the Azura tribe were looking forward to it. It would be great if this person was the eldest son of the Azura demon lord. With such a person coming back to life, the Azura tribe would be able to reach a new peak. As for the body not belonging to the Azura tribe, there was no problem at all. If I can't see it, then it must be the Azura tribe. Let me think. I once read in an ancient book that besides the Azura tribe, there seemed to be someone else who had obtained the complete inheritance of the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. Moreover, it was an exchange with the Azura demon lord. Although the ancient book didn't mention it in detail, to be able to exchange with the Azura demon lord on an equal footing, I'm afraid that it was also a supreme expert. This person may not be the son of the Azura demon lord, but he could be the nephew of that supreme expert, right? Someone suddenly said. It seemed that it was recorded in the ancient book, but he had never taken it seriously. After all, a legend was just a legend. Even if it was recorded in the ancient book, it could not be seen with one's own eyes. It was just a rumor that was recorded in the book. Although the 6 paths of reincarnation fist had spread very widely due to various reasons, at most, only one set of fist skills had been learned. This kind of method that could completely integrate the 6 paths of reincarnation fist was also a supreme secret in the Azura tribe. It was impossible for outsiders to know about it. Because no one had ever learned it, it had always been placed in the holy land of the Azura tribe. No one could get close to it, so naturally there was no such thing as it being lost. Now that they thought about it, it was actually possible. The people of the Azura tribe were extremely conflicted. They naturally hoped that this person was the eldest son of the Azura tribe, but it seemed that the hope was not very high. Otherwise, if there was a chance to escape from the disaster, he would have already come back to them. But if it was not for the fact that their clansmen had cultivated the 6 paths of reincarnation fist to such a level, it would be extremely embarrassing for them. It was a complete slap to their faces, and they were extremely conflicted. Just as everyone was conflicted, the battle had reached a white-hot stage. The middle-aged man in moon-colored robes gathered boundless power of the moon and continuously defended against the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. The more he fought, the more depressed he became. Yi Emo did not play by the rules at all. The blood on his body was so strong that it was terrifying, and he showed no signs of exhaustion at all. A fist skill, like the 6 paths of reincarnation, fist consumed a lot of magic power and blood. Ordinary people would not be able to endure it, and it was almost treated as a trump card. However, Yi Emo didn't seem to be aware of this. Or rather, he didn't have the slightest intention of stopping. Otherwise, with his status as one of the 10 great kings, he wouldn't be in such a passive position. He wouldn't be in such a sorry state in front of the allied army. What do you think, Pure Moon Monarch? Do you feel it? This is what it feels like to be slapped in the face. I'm going to slap your face in front of everyone. Do you submit? Yemo laughed and said. Pure Moon Monarch immediately roared again and again. His expression was extremely ugly. He had been slapped in the face by a failure who had reincarnated by luck. It was a complete humiliation. You damned demon, watch me crush you. Pure Moon Monarch's magic power surged even more. The power of the moon rolled out like thunder as he attacked Yi Mo. Humph. I heard that you wanted to convene the highest council to punish Yi Shiwen. I wrote a letter personally, but you tore it in front of me. How dare you slap me in the face? Fine, I'll personally come to you and show you what it means to be slapped in the face. I want everyone to know that you are trash. Yemo said coldly. In the distance, Yi Shiwen's eyes turned cold. There was no longer any kindness in his eyes as he looked at Pure Moon Monarch. So there was such a dispute. Something like this had happened while he was away. Yi Shiwen has violated the rules of the Allied army. He has even gone crazy and uprooted a royal family. He is simply a demon alive. Such a dangerous person must be suppressed. Pure Moon Monarch's expression was ugly, but his tone was firm and unyielding. Why don't you say that the Demon Eagle King went to the divine prison to kill him first? I didn't do anything, but that doesn't mean I don't know anything. You say that I am crazy? Then I'll let you know what I'm like when I'm deranged. Yi Mo sneered, and the blood-red color on his body suddenly intensified. Chapter 2706. Demonic chi erupted from Yemo's body, shining with a cold light. His body grew larger and larger, reaching tens of thousands of meters in the blink of an eye. In this universe, the stars could only circle around his waist. It was impossible for them to be taller than him. Yemo's foot descended from the sky and came crashing down. He had no intention of leaving King Pure Moon any face. He was going to trample on him. King Pure Moon was not going to be outdone. He let out a loud roar, and a wheel began to spin in his hand. It grew larger and larger as it spun. Countless runes and formations appeared, and they shot out in all directions. The entire wheel turned into a bright moon that kept spinning. It was like a real moon had appeared, and it possessed boundless power. This was his life's supreme quality god weapon. He would not allow Yemo to trample on his dignity. You think you can trample on my dignity? King Pure Moon roared, shaking the entire universe. His chi and blood shot up into the sky, bursting forth like a thunderstorm. As one of the top monarchs in the universe, it could be said that those who submitted to him would prosper, while those who opposed him would perish. He was invincible and would never allow anyone to act presumptuously above his head. Yemo's foot came crashing down, colliding with the bright moon. The terrifying sound of the collision shook the entire universe, and brilliant light erupted. So what if I trample on you? I'm going to slap you in the face today. Yemo sneered. He didn't even make any superfluous movements. He just kept stomping on the ground. There didn't seem to be any abnormal scene, but the entire universe was violently trembling. Blazing rays of light burst out. The violent trembling was unknown how many stars were annihilated in an instant. It spread out and turned this place into a land of death. Even though there were many formations that had been set up by the Allied army, they could not withstand such a crazy trampling. King Pure Moon's face was red. Half of it was from anger, and the other half was from Yemo's terrifying power. His entire body was trembling, and his chi and blood were in turmoil. This was a terrifying battle that he had not seen in hundreds of thousands of years. Countless people were watching the battle from inside the fortress, but none of them dared to get close. If they did, they would be crushed to death. Many people were sighing. These were truly troubled times. The matter of the Tian clan had not been resolved yet, and such a thing had happened. Yi Shiwen alone was already lawless enough. Not to mention, Yemo's strength was even stronger than Yi Shiwen's, and he was even more lawless than Yishiwin's. It was true that a small temple was full of evil spirits, and all kinds of people had emerged. Many people were worried that it would affect the plan of the allied forces to fight against the Tian clan. The bright moon and Yimo's feet kept colliding. It was like the collision of two terrifying celestial artifacts. Blazing light splashed in all directions. The aftermath of the collision contained the righteousness of the two. Natural laws were endless, falling from the sky like meteors falling from outer space. Damn it! At this moment, on the other side of the universe, a tall man stood up and was about to join the battle. Great Crimson King, I advise you not to casually join the battle. Let the two of them settle their battle. It's not suitable to join others. Suddenly, a lazy voice sounded. However, a handsome young man appeared and blocked his way. You are Yi Wuti. The man was stunned for a moment, but he quickly recognized the young man. I didn't expect that even a famous 10 great kings like you would know me. I'm so honored, Yi Wuti said with a cheeky smile on his face. The man in front of him was Great Crimson King, one of the 10 great kings. There were legends about him in many worlds. However, this person's origin was mysterious. In the myriad worlds, not many people knew about his roots. This was because he did not belong to any force. For a rogue cultivator to be able to cultivate to this level, he could be called the strongest rogue cultivator. You also want to stop me? No, you're actually a top king now. As far as I know, you shouldn't be a king yet. Could it be that you've obtained the inheritance in the Demon Emperor's bell? Great Crimson King suddenly thought of something, and his expression changed. Great Crimson King, you're really knowledgeable. Just based on my rapid growth in strength, you actually guessed it. Yi Wuti said with a smile, I'm also lucky. Recently, I've just opened the seal in the Demon Emperor's bell, although my realm is still a bit behind. Do you want to try and see if I can suppress you? Yi Wuti clenched his fists and said, Right now, my whole body is surging with magic power, and I'm looking for a way to vent it. Yi Wuti, don't be too proud. Although you're the master of the ancient heavenly court, you're not the Demon Emperor from back then. If you go against me, you won't have a good time either. Great Crimson King said coldly, Others don't know your roots, but I do. Back then, the first wolf ancestor who created the world dominated an area in the prehistoric times. Later, he submitted to the heavenly court. You're his youngest son, right? Although a long time has passed, you can hide it from others, but you can't hide it from me. Tisk, TSK, you really have some tricks up your sleeve. Yi Wuti was exposed, but he was not angry. The more you act like this, the more I have the urge to subdue you. Not many people in the universe know your roots. Great Crimson King, you became a king the moment you appeared, and later, you even became one of the 10 great kings. What a great reputation. However, I know that you're from Great Crimson Sky, right? A Tusada fire became a big deal, and you dare to clamor in front of me. When I was roaming the world, I didn't even know where you were. Although you've been sealed to this world, you're only a king. It's too difficult to hide your roots from me. You. This time, Great Crimson King's expression truly changed. Ever since he appeared, he had left Great Crimson Sky and had never mentioned his origins to anyone. At that time, he was already in the king realm, and no one dared to investigate his roots or his origins. Thus, the title of the #1 wandering cultivator in the world had been worn for many years, and no one knew that he had a rather shocking inheritance. Hee, I'm not in the mood to deal with you right now. I just want to tell you, calm down. There are a lot of things that you can't get involved in. Right now, even if we both have something on each other, although my old man made countless enemies back then, not many of them survived. Besides, I have the Demon Emperor's bell to protect me, so I don't have to worry about protecting myself. But you're different. If people find out about your origins and roots, even if you're one of the 10 great kings, you'll be captured in minutes and interrogated for the whereabouts of Great Crimson Sky. That place has fallen for too long, and indeed not many people have heard of it now. However, some old fellows are still there, and if they have any ideas, where can you hide in the heavens and on the earth? Yi Wuti said with a chuckle, "Be smart. Don't be used as a tool by others." The great Crimson King's face alternated between green and white. He didn't know what to say, but he knew that Yi Wuti was right. So what if he exposed Yi Wuti's origins? With the protection of the ancient heavenly court, his former enemies might not dare to cause trouble for him. However, if his identity was exposed, there was no place for him in the heavens and on the earth. However, he could also guess why Yi Wuti wanted to get involved in this matter. There was no one in the heavens and earth who didn't know about the friendship between Yi Shiwen and Yi Wuti, as Yi Shiwen also entered the king realm and killed the Devil Eagle King. In the eyes of everyone, Yi Shiwen indeed had the qualifications to be on equal footing with Yi Wuti. No one was considered to be trying to climb up the social ladder. I can stay out of this, but there are more than 1 or 2 people among the 10 great kings who are dissatisfied with Yi Shiwen. There are even some old fellows who are dissatisfied with him. Whether he survives or not is none of my business. You should know that the Devil Eagle old ancestor had many friends back then. Although he has fallen, his friends are still alive. The great Crimson King laughed coldly. They are just some old fellows who are struggling to survive. They are nothing. Give him a little more time, and no one will be able to do anything to him. Even I don't dare to underestimate his potential. Those old fellows are nothing. Yi Wuti waved his hand and said nonchalantly. Then he looked into the depths of the other universe and said, "The battle is about to end." On the other side of the battlefield, King Pure Moon was constantly being pushed back, coughing up blood. Yi Mo continued to chase after him. He didn't have any other tricks up his sleeves. He just kept stomping down on his opponent, as if he was trampling over the entire world. Everyone felt like the sky was falling and the earth was collapsing. The Pure Moon King spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body was sent flying, crashing into the Alliance's headquarters. He had been utterly defeated. He was no match for Yi Mo. Let's see if you still dare to humiliate me. You're courting death. A tyrannical smile appeared on Yi Mo's face. He was a demon, so his personality was quite tyrannical. It was just that he was suppressed by Yi Shiwen. He was just about to attack the Pure Moon King again when he heard a voice. Wait. His body stiffened, and he immediately stopped. Yi Mo, leave him to me. Yi Shiwen's figure slowly appeared. If anyone else said that, I would definitely break their head. But since it's you, I'll let you have him. Yi Mo said indifferently. The Pure Moon King's face turned red. This was an insult. Was he a commodity that was being treated like this? His eyes glared at Yi Shiwen as if they were about to spit fire. It seemed as if he wanted to tear him apart. How dare you come back? The Pure Moon King said coldly. Why wouldn't I come back? I'm not the one in the wrong. I just heard that you were going to punish me. Yi Shiwen said with a sneer. So what? Even though I'm injured right now, I'm still enough to suppress you. The Pure Moon King said coldly. I don't want people to say that I took advantage of a cripple. I'll give you time to recover, and I'll suppress you in 10 years. Let's see who will say anything then. Chapter 2707. King Pure Moon was trembling with anger. Had he really fallen to such a state? Yi Mo might have been rude, but his strength was enough to make people speechless. Even the most picky person wouldn't be able to find fault with Yi Mo's performance in today's battle. He had used his own strength to suppress King Pure Moon and dominate the world. His strength was unimaginable. Yi Shiwen, on the other hand, dared to act arrogantly in front of him. He was just a junior. So what if he defeated the Demon Eagle King? The Demon Eagle King's strength was worlds apart from his. They weren't even on the same level. The Pure Moon King became even more depressed when he thought of this. He wanted to spit out blood again. Golden blood sprayed out like stars. It was extremely dazzling. All right, I'll wait for you in 10 years. Let's see how you'll suppress me. The pure Moon King's eyes flashed, but he knew that his body wasn't in the best condition to fight. Yi Shiwen was extremely cunning and had many tricks up his sleeves. If he fought with his injured body, he might actually fail miserably. He didn't persist any longer when he thought of this. It was only 10 years. It would be a blink of an eye, but it would be enough for him to recover from his injuries. If Yi Shiwen wants to suppress you, I won't interfere. I just want to tell you that you shouldn't meddle in some things. There are some people you can't afford to offend. If you do something wrong, you'll have to pay the price. Yi Mo sneered and said loudly in front of everyone in the Alliance headquarters. King Pure Moon spat out another mouthful of blood when he heard that. That was what Yi Mo had said when he tore up the letter that Yi Mo had sent him. He had meant that he was the one who shouldn't be offended, but who would have thought that he would be taught a harsh lesson by Yi Mo? Why did it sound so ironic when he heard those words again? It was as if someone was slapping him in the face. Many people in the Alliance headquarters knew about this, so they all looked at each other. They didn't know what to say. There was nothing more humiliating than this. Yi Mo was right. He only had one goal today, and that was to slap the Pure Moon King's face. He slapped the Pure Moon King's face, not giving him any face at all. Yi Shiwen stood with his hands behind his back and looked in the direction of the Alliance headquarters. Everyone is here now. Let's see how I'll suppress him in 10 years. My thinking is simple. I'll suppress whoever wants to suppress me. If anyone dares to piss me off, I'll teach them a lesson. There was a hidden threat in Yi Shiwen's words, and everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Not only because of Yi Shiwen's current strength, but more importantly because Yi Shiwen's character was too fierce. What did he mean by whoever wants to suppress me, I'll suppress them? Words like that had to be taken into consideration. His opponent was King Pure Moon, one of the 10 great kings, yet he didn't show any fear at all. The fact that he could say something like that showed that he was extraordinarily arrogant. In particular, everyone knew very well that there were many people in the Alliance headquarters who were dissatisfied with Yi Shiwen. There were even more people who wanted to cause trouble for him. He was warning some people, and his method of warning was to use Pure Moon King to establish his prestige. Many people felt that this wasn't right. Most people would kill the chicken to warn the monkey, but he killed the monkey to warn the chickens. He didn't play by the rules. He was a freak. However, there were also many people who felt that Yi Shiwen was a lawless and out-of-control person. He didn't play his cards according to common sense, and that was the reason why he had been able to reach where he was today. However, many people were curious about where Yi Shiwen got his confidence from. He felt that he could suppress one of the 10 great kings. That wasn't an ordinary king. The Devil Eagle King was nothing compared to the Pure Moon King. Although the Pure Moon King was beaten by Yi Mo, that was only because Yi Mo himself was beaten. Yi Shiwen might be able to reach the same level in the future, but he was still far from it now. The Pure Moon King trembled with anger. The more Yi Shiwen didn't care about him, the angrier he became. After announcing the War of the 10 Years, Yi Shiwen and Yi Mo disappeared. They didn't return to the Alliance headquarters. Instead, they left. No one knew where they went. In an ancient garden, countless celestial birds and spiritual beasts were living leisurely in the garden. It was like a paradise in the human world. In a pavilion in the garden, 3 figures were sitting opposite each other. It was Yi Shiwen, Yi Mo, and Yi Wudi. I didn't expect the ancient heavenly court to have such a beautiful garden, even though it's said to be in decline. Yi Shiwen said in surprise. They were currently in the ruins of the ancient heavenly court. Although Yi Wudi had been constantly repairing the ruins over the years, compared to the huge buildings, it could only be considered a ruin. Not even 1% of it had been repaired. The current strength of the ancient heavenly court was far from its heyday. If it wasn't for the protection of the loyal tribes, even the ruins would have been emptied. That battle was too tragic. Yi Shiwen remembered the scene on the southern Heavenly Gate stele on the Demon Island. The Demon Emperor fought against the heavens and asked for punishment. It was really shocking. What's so strange about that? During the heyday of the ancient heavenly court, there were at least 800 of these ordinary gardens. The most precious one was the Wanjin Garden. It was said to contain all the rare treasures in the world. I went to see it once when I was young. I couldn't forget it after that. Unfortunately, the Wanjin Garden was destroyed and can't be rebuilt. Yi Wuti sighed. It was a pity for him, a very big one. I didn't expect to see you again after thousands of years. Yi Shiwen slightly sighed. He still couldn't adapt to this. Hundreds or thousands of years had passed. Countless years had passed. The people he had once known had also passed away. You will get used to it in the future. It's nothing, Yi Mo said after drinking a cup of wine. It feels good to have a physical body. Ha ha ha, after so many years. Even you have a physical body. Yi Shiwen is really willing to let you go. Without your plan, the power of the Tianyuan mirror would have been reduced by several levels. Yi Wuti glanced at Yi Mo and said. He naturally knew Yi Mo's identity. Yi Mo smiled mischievously. He was touched in his heart. If it had been someone else, they wouldn't have done their best to help him reincarnate and enter the divine shell of the Lord of Darkness like Yi Shiwen. It's just a small matter. It's all because of you. How did you enter the peak divine king realm? You're even faster than me. Yi Shiwen was a little surprised. It's all because of the current situation. Those idiots let the opportunity to achieve Dao fall into the hands of the Heaven Clan. How can I not be anxious? If I'm not careful, I might die tragically. The Heaven Clan is tough. How can they allow others to interfere? Yi Wuti said, that's why I took the risk and tried to unlock the seal in the Demon Emperor Bell. There's a part of the Demon Emperor's inheritance inside. I almost died in there. It wasn't easy to pass the trial. When I came out alive, I heard about you. Do you have to be so monstrous? I have the inheritance of the Demon Emperor. Why do I feel that I might not be your opponent if we fight? Yi Wuti had a depressed look on his face. He had only briefly mentioned the dangers of accepting the Demon Emperor's inheritance. However, Yi Shiwen could understand some of it. After all, Man Yin had died in order to accept the trial road left behind by the Azura Demon King. Not everyone could have that kind of luck and walk all the way to the end. Some inheritances could indeed allow a person's cultivation to have a great breakthrough in a short period of time. However, they had to exchange their lives for it. Yi Shiwen's cultivation had skyrocketed again and again because he had risked his life. He had even gone deep into the Heaven Clan's lair and risked his life in exchange for his cultivation. Outsiders could not see their hardships. They only thought that they had been lucky enough to have their cultivation skyrocket. That's a must. Yi Shiwen laughed out loud. But you have a lot of hidden dangers. Yes, that's right. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. The hidden dangers are huge. Although I barely survived, it has affected my foundation. I will need to use a secret method to refine this part of the inheritance for a long time. However, there's no other way. If I don't do this, when the matter of the Heaven Clan erupts, I can only be a bystander. That's not the purpose of my father sealing me in this world. Since I'm already born, I will let the heavens know my name. Yi Wuti said helplessly. They were too young, including Yi Wuti, who had been sealed in this world. Their accumulation was too shallow. If they wanted to compete with those old monsters, they had to use some extreme methods. However, most people fell helpless because there was no such extreme method. At least Yi Shiwen and Yi Wuti had such methods. I'm fine. If I hide in the ancient heavenly court, who would dare to cause trouble for me? But it's your problem. Are you sure you can defeat Pure Moon King in 10 years? That old guy is very powerful. Don't think that Yi Mo can bully him. He's not someone ordinary people can deal with. Yi Wuti looked at Yi Shiwen. He was also curious about Yi Shiwen's trump card. Yi Shiwen was so confident. Ha ha ha, I'm not 100% sure. Maybe 10%. Give me a few hundred years, and I'll be 100% sure. But in these 10 years, I'm really only 10% sure. But I'm using this to put pressure on myself. Only under pressure will I be able to break through." Yi Shiwen laughed loudly. Yi Wudi looked at Yi Shiwen seriously, then slowly let out a breath and said, "Madman, you're a madman!